Whew. Mic check, mic check. Trying to do this whole little setup a little different. How I'm sounding, you guys? Am I coming through good? All right, cool. Uncle Stu said it's all good. Listen, you guys. Hey, welcome back to the channel. This is Nathan Daly, the real Nathan Daly. We have some imposters out here. Listen, this is the channel. This is our channel, you guys. Welcome back. Shout out to the members. Shout out to everybody who's here with us tonight. We have a lot to talk about. I am your law enforcement translator. For those who have forgot, listen, I have to say that, right? I have to say that I'm an agent here. I'm an agent, a neutral agent. I'm here to translate difficult topics that happen in this country, things that go on, especially involving law enforcement. Why do I say translate, you guys? Listen, when I started this channel, before I started the channel, I told myself that I'm actually going to put myself in a very uncomfortable place, a place where people are, where a lot of these discussions are very difficult to have. And I told myself that this is somewhere I can be a what do you call those guys, right? Those consultants, right? A therapist, if you will, a negotiator, if you will. I said I could be that. I could be right in the middle. Recently, people have been saying, hey, you know, every now and then you have these guys that come on the channel. They're like, hey, you got to pick a side. You guys, I'm not here to pick a side, right? I'm here to translate. I really meant that when I said this isn't like a catchphrase. I'm like, hey, I'm a translator. I truly mean that I'm here to translate. I'm here to actually take two sides and explain what's actually going on. Throw it through the filter from the citizen's perspective and say, hey, law enforcement, here's the issue. This is what you're not getting. Take the issues from law enforcement and say, hey, throw it through the filter. Hey, citizens, this is what you're not getting. You guys, it's a very unique skill. It's a very unique responsibility. I'm not here to pick sides. I am representing both sides. The best of my ability. I'm not perfect. And so with that being said, you guys, that is the task, right? That's the task. That's what separates me from other people. Some people are supporters of law enforcement, mediator. Thank you, Crystal. I don't know why I couldn't think of the word. Some people are 100% supporter of law enforcement. They'll never shake their position. Law enforcement can do no wrong. That's not me, right? They can do wrong. They do wrong and they do right. I just call it as I see it. Then we have citizens who believe they cannot do no wrong, and that's a lie. They do wrong and they do right. I call it as I see it. Again, as a mediator, I like that. I should call it the law enforcement mediator. Unfortunately, some people believe that you can't mediate. Some people believe that you have to pick a side. And it's sad that this is where we are, more division. You guys, tonight, we're going to do a special show. This is going to be a little bit different. I haven't done it like this before. But instead of making 7 different videos, I decided to do one live stream and talk about these issues regarding New York. You guys, New York has been going through it. It's just as bad as Atlanta. You know, New York is a real Gotham City, right? Let's be real. Even according to the comic books. So again, here's the issue. We're going to talk about the bodega stabbing. We absolutely have to talk about that. We got to talk about what this thing that's going on in New York with the politics, the policies. We know what color the state is. We're well aware of that. You guys, the policies of that city is in the city and state. It's turning the place upside down. We have, what do we have going on in New York? The stabbing, the bodega stabbing, right? A black man was stabbed to death by the bodega store owner. Some are saying, and the bodega store owner was arrested and charged with murder. And some people are saying, no, this is self-defense. Some people are saying it's not. It was excessive force. He didn't have to do it. Well, we're going to go through it. I'm going to play the video, you guys. Obviously, I'm not going to play the raw video, but we will play the news video and really discuss that. We're going to talk about New York's laws and what laws they have. You guys, all states' laws are not the same when it comes to self-defense. So we're going to talk about that, and that's important for us to talk about. Then we got to talk about this guy who decided to take a leap of faith. We have a A young black man running from the police again, right? He thinks he's Michael Jordan, you guys. He takes you can't make this up. He jumps from the subway line across to another building trying to get away from the police. You guys, this is important. We have these conversations because I talk about this all the time about how we increase our risk of being hurt and unfortunately killed by the police because we do not cooperate. We don't want to take a couple $100 ticket. We don't want to go to jail. We're willing to risk our lives over the most pettiest things, you guys. I've seen it all the time in this profession. Sir, why'd you run? Why'd you put me through all this, sir? Why do we have to go? Why do we have to do that? Sir, you just have a suspended license. I don't want to go to jail. Okay, now you broke your leg. Now you have to go to the hospital. Now you got to go to jail. So I was going to write you a ticket, right? Oh, why'd you do that? Oh, well, I was drinking and driving. Well, sir, you can't do that. Why not just spend 6 hours in jail and come out? Now I have to put these other charges on you. You wrecked a car. You risk someone else's life. All this because you just don't want to be held accountable. You're willing to jump to your death. You guys, you don't know the level of foolishness people are willing to do against their best interest just to keep from going to jail. I had a guy drag me down the interstate trying to take my life because he didn't want to go to jail. He would rather kill me, kill people on the interstate than to be held accountable. Well, I did have a lot of drugs in the car and I had a illegal gun that I wasn't supposed to have. I'd rather kill the officer. I'd rather kill and risk the danger and put people on the street in danger, all because of what I'm not willing to. Listen, you guys, this is a problem. Shout out to you, Abby. Shout out to all my moderators. Shout out to all the members. Woo, woo. Shout out to everybody. As people are rolling through. Listen, you guys, as you come through, please hit the like button. Please hit the like button on your way in. Listen, I got some great news for y'all too. And I've been so busy putting stuff together. I have some great interviews coming up that you guys are going to love. This Wednesday, we're having a session. I won't say a session. We're having a serious discussion involving intimate partner violence. A well-needed conversation. I've been wanting to have this stream for a very long time, and I haven't been able to do it. And I come across such an amazing woman, Valerie Williams. She's going to be giving us her story. And then she's also going to, we're going to discuss intimate partner violence and the realities of it, the dangers of it, and how to protect yourself and stay safe. You guys are familiar. If you haven't seen the thumbnail, so we will be going live Wednesday to discuss that. Please be there. Please share that information. You guys, as people coming in, please hit the like button. We're going to dive into the content, just doing some admin discussion. Listen, I have been able to seal an interview with Brandon Tatum, you guys. For those who don't know him, I'm pretty sure everybody on my channel knows who Brandon Tatum is. If you don't know who he is, please go and check out his content. I did post it in the community tab. You guys, I reached out to him. We had a brief conversation via email discussing, what we wanted to talk about. He agreed. He was excited about wanting to do the interview. I'm just as excited as everybody else. You guys, he's a powerful voice in the YouTube space. He's a powerful voice outside of YouTube and politics as well. He has a very, very strong platform. I believe he has over 2 million subscribers. You guys, he commands a lot of attention. People have mixed feelings about him in reference to his content, and in reference to what he talks about with law enforcement, holding them and not holding them accountable. A lot of people have issues with a lot of high-profile cases that he's interpreted. They don't agree with it. And then again, some people say I'm bad at it, right? Some people call me all kind of names too, a sellout and Uncle Tom. They call him the same thing. But there are some differences between us, and I know you guys probably have noticed and pointed out. But I think this is going to be a amazing, amazing interview, you guys. I asked you to put your questions. If there's anything that you want to ask or think will be a good question to ask, I ask you to put them up. Of course, members get priority, right, for the questions. So shout out to the members dropping good questions, you guys. So if you have not seen it, let me give you a little hint of the thumbnail. It hasn't dropped yet. We haven't done the interview yet. So we're just setting up the times and the dates as of now. But you know me, I ain't waste no time throwing the thumbnail together, you guys. So y'all are not ready. All right. Two sides to the same coin, you guys. This is what we're going to be talking about. We agree with a lot of things, and there are things that we don't agree with. And I think that's what's going to make for a very, very powerful, powerful conversation, you guys. So shout out to Brandon Tatum for wanting to have that. You know, listen, I'm a small guy in this space. I got, we're doing really well, you guys. I just started YouTube. I have 11,000 subscribers. He has 2 million. So again, I definitely appreciate him wanting to have the conversation. I think at the end of the day, these type of conversations are bigger than both of us, regardless of what our subscriber counts are and the amount of attention that we garner from our platforms. The reality is the conversation needs to be had. And I think it's great for two Black men to come together and have a conversation about things that do impact this country, not just this country, but law enforcement, not just law enforcement, but the Black community as a whole. Yo, shout out to Trash Panda for becoming a member. Trash Panda, shout out to you. New member alert. New member alert. Listen, when you guys become members and stuff and donate and stuff, that stuff gets me hype. I'm not gonna lie. It hypes me up to no avail. Blessings. Thank you so much, Trash Panda. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the channel. I am super blessed to have you. Listen, we are on a journey over here. You guys, please welcome Trash Panda to the team. We are on our way. The new goal for me is 50,000, right? We're 50,000 subscribers. You guys share the content. Share the content. I do my best, you guys. I do my best to give you guys something that you can't get anywhere else on YouTube. Honest, genuine, the truth, real feedback. And every now and then I have my little moments, right? I'm not perfect, but my heart is in the right place. My heart's in the right place. I'm not afraid to hold police accountable because I want them to do better, because I know we can do better. Fortunately, I believe we've been handicapped and we've been pandered to. And so unfortunately, when you pander to people and when you coddle people, they don't try as hard. And that is the problem. And when you don't discipline, right? One can argue that policing has turned into, a bunch of children. And shout out to you, Angelique Vargas. Welcome as a new subscriber. Thank you. You guys, we're going to dive into the content. So again, when you have officers that are not that are not being disciplined, children, again, when you have children who don't follow instructions, they don't like to be disciplined, you guys, they're out of control. Our profession is out of control. It's a fact. Yes, we do a lot of good, but the bad that we do can be corrected. And I stand by that 100%. And I challenge anybody who thinks different. I know what we can do. We're not doing it because we're not being held to a standard that is that society is expecting us to be held at. So that's a fact. Shout out to Daughter of Y'all, always with the Krispy Kreme fun. You guys, listen. Though I'm a cop, listen. At the end of the day, I love donuts. I do. I told myself I'd never eat a donut in uniform. No one has ever caught me doing it, but I will tear some Krispy Kremes up. Thank you so much, Daughter Y'all, for the Krispy Kreme fun. Shout out. This is very, very, very important. Shout out to you, Angelique Vargas. I appreciate you, new subscriber. You guys, please welcome Angelique to the channel. We have a lot to talk about, you guys. A lot to talk about. Thank you so much, Daughter Y'all, for the super chat. Whew. Y'all ready? Where we at? Y'all ready? Hit the like button. Hit the like button. Yeah, we're about to dive into this stuff. So listen, again, if you're not familiar with Brandon Tatum, please check out his content before we do the stream because I want everybody to be up. I plan on interviewing. I'm going to dive right into it, you guys. There's really no need for us to kind of go back and forth with the semantics. I'm just going to be like, hey, because I don't know how long I'm gonna have him. You know, he's a busy guy. He's big time, you guys. He's big time. All respect to the platform he created and the work he put in. So I'm really excited about that interview, guys. So please, please, please make sure that you are present for that. You don't want to miss it. So Krispy Kreme funds are coming through. Listen, you guys, I am super, super excited. Shout out to the big homie Dub Will. Dub Will, we've been stream hopping lately. Shout out to you, Dub Will. He said, shout out to Nathan. You know, you snuck some Kristen creams while on duty. Don't cap. Yeah. But no one caught me though, right? No one caught me. I had to be super low key with it because here's the thing. That's a stereotype, right? Cops and donuts. True. Now at the same time, people call me a pig. Listen, I don't know if I told you guys this, but after my surgery, you know, they had to put a plate after my accident. The guy who tried to take my life, what happened with that, right? I ended up destroying everything in my shoulder. They had to put a plate in there, replace the ligaments and tendons. And guess what they replaced it with, you guys? You wouldn't believe it. Pig parts. They replaced it with pig parts, man. So yeah, I'm like, so when people say, hey, you pig, I'll be like, technically about 0.0003% swine inside of me. Could you imagine? So it does ring true. I got a little pig in me for a fact. I remember when the doctor was telling me that, he was like, hey, you know, your tendon or ligament, whatever it was that was jacked up. He was like, man, we're gonna have to put some pig in you. I was like, huh? So what if I was Muslim? What? Any alternatives? It was either that or keep the plate in, right? So shout out to the big homie Dre, you guys. This is my academy mate. For those who don't know, Dre's doing big things. Dre dropping gems Jenkins. He's always providing some good info and insight. He's definitely going to be here for the stream on intimate partner violence. He specializes in domestics. So he said, "Real Nathan Daly be perpetrating the donut stereotype." I do. Perpetuating the donut stereotype. I can't help it. I love donuts. I love sweets. Shout out to Dre. Dre, that's going to the Krispy Kreme fund, brother. Appreciate you. Shout out to Lawrence. Lawrence said, not Nathan, you're not a pig. You're an undercover chocolate agent. Facts. An undercover chocolate agent working for the benefit of the Black community to get things started. Some people say this fixing the police problem is not possible, you guys. I disagree, man. Everything is possible. You just need the right people in place to do it. And you need the right people supporting you. Anything is possible, man. I never think like that. That's just not how my mind works. Yeah. Shout out to Gail. Shout out to you, Gail. Gail is the awesome, the one and only lead moderator. She holds it down. Gail said, what if you decide to practice Islam? Exactly. I'm gonna have to go get surgery. I pray to Allah and say, Allah, you know my heart. Leave the little swine in there. So, anywho, you guys, let's dive into the content. What is going on? I'm gonna go ahead and share the video for those who are not familiar with the incident at the bodega. It's very, very, very sad. Listen, the video, I have video on before the actual incident took place. We're gonna hear the argument that the store owner, and let me get his name. Keep calling him out. Let me get his name. The issue with this situation is very, very interesting. But the store owner who actually stabbed the suspect, or they're saying, is the Alan Simon. So you guys, Alan Simon was the Black male who was stabbed. They are saying he's the victim. And the suspect they are saying is Jose Alba. I believe he's from the Dominican Republic. Jose Alba is I don't know if he's the store owner, but he is the actual employee in the store. What ends up happening is he's doing his thing. A young lady comes up. She's trying to buy a bag of chips for her daughter. She hands him a card. It's actually a EBT card or a government assistance card for the chips. I believe it might be $3 or something like that. The card declines. The card declines. She said, run it again. He runs it. Doesn't work. She said, there's money on it. Do whatever. He starts typing in the information. It declines again. She catches an attitude. He gets an attitude. They're both arguing. Somewhere in that, the young girl still has the chips. He takes the chips back from her and brings it back over onto the counter. He is still behind the counter. The chips may have been, I don't know if he reached, because unfortunately they clipped that part out. I don't know why, but I'm going to play the video. We're going to look at it together and I'm going to give you my thoughts on it. And I'm going to break down the actual stabbing. All right. Shout out to you, brother. Appreciate it. He says he was actually the employee, not the owner. Okay, cool. We're going to talk about this. This is interesting and it's very sad, but it rings very true. Something that's very, very, very consistent amongst people and how they interact. So let's take a look at it. And I'll give you the backstory about this entire situation. I'm going to tell you about the law. Listen, we got a lot to talk about with New York. They are popping. New York is off the chain. Yeah, let me bring this up. Share screen or window? Window. Yeah, let's do it this way. It makes it easier. All right, y'all. Let's dive into this.
With a Manhattan bodega worker who was charged with second-degree murder after allegedly
You guys can't hear? I wonder if it's because I muted myself. My bad. Let me run it back. Still trying to figure out StreamYard.
Well, Al's and Dana, the 51-year-old deli clerk here is accused of stabbing and killing 37-year-old Austin Simon. But the surveillance video is not so black and white, and the mayor says it shows the suspect was doing his job when the victim approached him inappropriately. Surveillance video shows 37-year-old Austin Simon push the clerk behind the bodega counter and then stand over him. Moments later, a struggle ensues. The two wrestle, and the clerk stabs Simon multiple times.
It's obvious this gentleman was here, working, providing for his family, and someone came behind the counter, and what I viewed was inappropriate.
This happened late Friday night in the Blue Moon convenience store off West 140th Street. Police were called for an assault in progress and found Simon bleeding from 2 stab wounds in his chest and 1 in his neck. He later died at the hospital, and police arrested the deli clerk, 51-year-old Jose Alba, for second-degree murder. In his arraignment, the district attorney's office claims it began when the victim's girlfriend was trying to buy a snack from the deli clerk with her daughter, but her card was declined. Prosecutors say the clerk then took the snack back from the child and they left. Minutes later, Simon walked in and went behind the counter of the store to confront the clerk. Prosecutors claim Simon pushed the clerk and attempted to steer the clerk out of the area behind the counter, but the clerk picked up a kitchen knife that was stashed behind the counter and stabbed the victim multiple times. City Councilman Robert Holden tweeted his support for the suspect, writing, "Career criminals are let right out of jail without bail, while a store clerk who apparently acted in self-defense is on Rikers Island."
Okay. This is interesting. This is very interesting. This is why I look at these things when the news releases it. Again, you don't always have all the information, you guys. This is what took place with self-defense. It was absolutely self-defense. What happened? Simon goes behind the counter to address the store clerk, Alba, and he stands over him. He's berating him. He's yelling at him. He's saying obscenities, right? He then pushes him. He attacks him. You guys, this is a store, right? This is a store. You can't do that. You can't trespass behind the area where it's private for employees only and then threaten them. But I'm going to show you a video that happened prior to that, which is just as important. It's what took place before. What happened? You guys, in every sense of the word, his girlfriend got him killed because of what she said, what she told him. You guys, this is I'm gonna play it and then we'll go over it together. Let's see if there's a way I can. Now, you're not going to see any violence, all right? But it is, you see the altercation. This is what happened before he got stabbed. This is the interaction between the clerk, Alba, and the suspect's girlfriend or the victim, however you want to call it. And then we're going to talk about the law. So the face blurred out is the little girl. And now he's swiping the card to try to pay for the item. So she's putting the PIN number in.
Yeah. I'm gonna blow it in front of you, and I'm gonna let you hear. Okay, Mama, let me do it another time. Oh my God.
Dubwell says cause of death was Cape wearing. Jesus Christ. Can't come out here in Cape Crusade. You got to be careful as men. Someone mentioned something. Lawrence says, Nathan, can you legally defend yourself with a knife? And what is the legal length of the blade? And what is the total length of blade included with the folding knife? I'm going to address that. Yes, you can defend yourself with a knife because it doesn't matter what you defend yourself with. You have to be in fear of death or great bodily harm to use self-defense. You have to be defending yourself. If he would have picked up a screwdriver, if he would have picked up, I don't know, a glass bottle, you know, if he was in fear for his life and felt like his life was in danger, nothing is off the table. He can use anything to defend himself. So the knife isn't so much of an issue. Even if the knife was illegal, if his life was in danger and he used a legal knife, he will not be necessarily held. It doesn't nullify the fact that his life was in danger, though he used an illegal knife, if that makes sense. But that's a great question. You guys, what's happening right here, though? In the moment, she's like, hey, it's only $3. How did it decline? The money's valid. I'll call them right now so you can hear them. He's like, it's no good, ma'am. I put it in, whatever. So everything is still cool. Everything's cool. But if you can't hear, that's the conversation they're having.
Whatever you hard work for swipe it every time. No, my folks, they can't walk in the water. It's not working out.
Now she takes the car back. The blurred out.
Oh, you have tea? I think that you have. I think that you. Oh, you have tea? Okay.
All right, you're not going to be able to. I don't think you might be able to hear it clearly, but let me tell you what happened. For whatever reason, they cut out the piece where he snatched the bag of chips from the girl. He did take the chips back, but he never left the counter, right? That's important. He was behind the counter. He had to have reached over and just took it from her if it was in her hand. So unfortunately, they decided to edit that piece out. I don't know why. I think that's silly. Now, if he snatched it, morally, yes, that's wrong. You don't do that, right? You don't just snatch a chip from the kid. That's wrong, right? He could say, hey, ma'am, can you please, young girl, can you please put the chips down, or can you please hand me the chips? That's called respect. That's called being professional. Was he unprofessional? Possibly, probably he was. The mom is yelling and screaming. What is she saying in this moment? She is saying, you don't snatch from my daughter. I'm going to get my boyfriend over here. Well, she said nigga. She said, I'm going to get my nigga over here to come down here and handle you, see about you, is what she stated. Now, she leaves the store. They're arguing. Now, this is what I will say, you guys. I've been in a store line, and people might say I'm a cake crusader for this, where someone's card declined. And I was in the area and I heard it. Right? I was just like, well, it's $5, whatever. Hey, I got it. I'll take care of it. You see these young men around, it's a bag of chips. They're hearing the conversation. So, you know, honestly, I wish somebody would have offered to pay for the bag of chips. And, you know, it is what it is, but no one's obligated to. Let's just be real. She starts yelling. She leaves, right? She threatens to get her boyfriend to come back and handle him. I forgot the direct quote that she used, but in so many words, she said she's going to get her boyfriend to come back and see about him.
That's not my fault. You're not working. That's not my fault. You're not working.
He said it's not.
The machine not working. The car not working. What the? Oh, Papa, look. Come on, come out, Papa. What's up with you? I don't want a problem, Papa. What's wrong with you? I don't do anything real. Why you don't acting?
All right. Enter the Cape Crusader, Simon. Here you go, you guys. Simon comes into the store under the request of his girlfriend. Now, Simon says to him, come from behind the counter and come holler at me. He's like, look, bro, I don't want any problems. I don't want any problems. What does Simon do? Simon goes into the door, into the entrance area, to the back where the cashier is at the business. You're not allowed back there. That's trespassing. That's trespassing. We all know that. Everybody knows you cannot go behind the convenience stores where they're doing the point of sale. You can't do that. Look what he's doing. Look where he's at. Simon says, rest in peace. This is trespassing. Not only that, you guys, look at his stance. Look at his position. The man says, I don't want any problems. I don't want any problems. You guys, what happened? Simon instigated his own death. Absolutely instigated his own death, you guys. Alan Simon, 34 years old. Alan Simon died July 1st. He confronted Alba behind the counter and he was stabbed to death. Two things wrong with this situation, and we're gonna discuss it. Before, let me pull this back up. See if I can. Here's where we are. Here's where we are.
He's coming here. He's here. No, it doesn't matter. He's coming here. He's here. The car not working. What the? Oh, Papa, look. Come on, come out, Papa. What's up with you? I don't want a problem, Papa. What's wrong with you? I don't do anything real. Why you don't have anything? right here. You put here right now. It doesn't matter.
Now, this part right here, he's already been stabbed, you guys. It skipped ahead. He's lying right here on the bottom left where they blurred it out. He's been stabbed. He's bleeding out. The police are going to walk in a little later, and then they're going to do their thing. You see Alba chilling. Y'all, he's from the DR. He's old school, right? Like, that's old school cat. He's chilling. What did he do? How old is Alba? Alba's like 51, you guys. He's 51. Simon is 34 years old. Why does that matter? It matters a lot. Let me explain to you why that matters. When you're talking about self-defense, age matters. Age matters. A 34-year-old against a 51-year-old. Age matters. So Alba's sitting here. He just stabbed the man to death. And he's chilling, you guys. Look at him. You guys, he's... Now, what's interesting, though, is let me go back to the, they're not going to show, let me see if they're going to actually show him lunging. So after where we left off, here is, he pushes him. That's assault. He pushes him. That's assault. What you don't see, he tries to get up. Listen, here's the problem with this whole situation. He tries to get up and he tries to leave, right? There's another video where Alba is trying to leave the store. He's trying to leave that area. What does he do again? Simon pushes him down again and then grabs him by the throat, you guys. He grabs him by the throat. What do you have? You have Alba who wants to leave to get away from him. He's preventing him from leaving, you guys. What is that? That's false imprisonment. Then he grabs him near the throat or the collar. He grabs him up here at the top. And then Alba takes the knife and he starts working him. He starts working him. Old school style, you guys. The position he had, like this, let me tell you something. That man... Alba's been through some. Alba's like an old warrior. He's like an old warrior. If you see the stance he took before he plunged the knife into his neck. Alba is, listen, you got to be careful. You're dealing with some of these old folks. You don't know what they've done in the past. You don't know what their history's like. Some of these old guys out here, they've been military trained. They've come from the worst parts of society. They come up, they've been street fighting. They know martial arts. You don't know anything about these people when you run up on them. You guys, this is self-defense all day, every day. What's going on in New York? I have no clue. Simon lost his life over a bag of chips and a female who hyped the situation beyond belief. What should she have done? Simon, can you pay for the chips? My card declined. What did she say? Simon, go over here. He snatched a bag of chips from our daughter, my daughter, whoever it was. Simon put on a cape, went over there and tried to fight an old man at his job behind the counter. And he died. He died. You guys, this is self-defense. I don't know what they're talking about, but I had to wonder what's going on. Here's the thing. I started reading these articles about the relationship. They're saying that I'm not from New York, so I don't know what's going on, but they're talking about, hey, you know, Dominicans have been real rude and disrespectful to Black people. We come into the store, they treat us like crazy, whatever. I'm just reading what the article said from what the girlfriend is saying about that. And she's saying that the tensions between them are off or something like that. I don't know, you guys. I don't know. I'm not from New York. I'm just saying what I read in the article. And my thing is like, listen, it's the same thing I hear about people's relationship with the Asian community when the Asians build up shops in the Black community, and folks are like, oh, they're threatened, they're accusing me of stealing and blase, blase, blase. Then me personally, don't shop at their store. That's how you solve that problem. You don't patronize their business. Period. Period. And then what did she do after he got stabbed? The girlfriend ends up stabbing him. The girlfriend stabbed Alba in the arm. He has two lacerations in his arms, on his arm. So now Simon's dead. Bless his heart. You guys, you know what's interesting about Simon? Allegedly, I won't say allegedly, apparently, he was out on his criminal record. He shot and killed a police officer. I don't know what that was, but I couldn't find anything on it. But he was out on, I guess, parole, or he allegedly or apparently he either attempted or he did kill a police officer. Nope, she didn't get arrested. But I think I'm not sure. She didn't get arrested because they're looking at it as it was self-defense. Oh, someone said he is out on bail. Well, he's been bailed all the way out now. He's bailed all the way out. Bail for killing a police officer. For killing a police officer. Self-correcting. Self-correcting. What do? So Alba took care of business. That's self-defense. What does the law say in New York? Which I was actually very shocked when I read this. The amount of foolishness that goes on in New York, I'm actually surprised. What is Simon? Simon was the primary aggressor, you guys, right? One could argue this is almost premeditated in his actions, right? He came there with the intent to assault or create a problem against the store employee, Alba. He asked him to come out. He threatens him. He goes behind the counter, primary aggressor. He trespasses. He then assaults him. One could argue, I'm an old man. I'm 51 years old. So what am I doing? I'm like, damn, this brother might try to hurt me. I fear for my life. Listen, you can only control your choices. You can't control the consequences. Bless his heart. Simon's out of here, you guys. He's out of here. Emotional damage. The inability to have conflict resolution skills. Overly emotional. RBM. A menace to society, you guys. He's out of here. Out on bond for killing a police officer, allegedly. Now he's all the way up out of here. You've been bonded out, all right. You've been spiritually released. This is crazy. This is crazy. Over a bag of chips, $3. You put your life out for $3. $3. Yeah. Under New York law, the penal law 35.15, a person is justified in using physical force against another when the person is under reasonable belief that the physical force is necessary to defend the person or another person from that person reasonably believes to be an imminent danger. Now, that's the law, but in New York, the duty to retreat clause requires New Yorkers to retreat from a violent aggressor when in public before they can defend themselves and their loved ones. Could you imagine? It's not like that here in Georgia. I don't have a duty to retreat. If you corner me and try to harm me, I have a right to defend myself. In New York, as it stands, you got to try to leave or remove yourself from the situation in order to then defend yourself, you guys. He did try to retreat. He tried to walk past him and he grabbed him again. And then he proceeded to give him the business. The business. Someone said, sick of hearing Alba is an old man. I'm 64, still on the bench. Hey, shout out to you, brother. That's not everybody's story. That's not everybody's story. 51 is 51. Are you gonna go toe to toe with a man that's 34? I'm saying that self-defense is stronger on his side because of his age. Not that he's not capable of handling himself, but that age does add to a strong self-defense claim. Here's the kicker. Here's the kicker. If Alba was a woman, would she have been arrested? If Alba was a woman, would she have been arrested for murder? Here are the double standards, you guys. They would not have arrested her. They would have called that self-defense. They would have called that self-defense. Gender does matter. Gender matters. Why? Because in society, I won't say law, society looks at women as being a weaker vessel compared to a man as it relates to strength. And the optics does not look good. The optics of a man coming behind the counter, pushing a woman down on the ground, cursing at her, standing over, yelling at her. She tries to walk away. He grabs her by the collar. She takes a knife and stabs him a couple times, right? Do you think she's going to jail? Stop playing. And she's 51. You think she's going to jail? Come on now. Come on. Shout out to Millennial Mark. What did he say? Pookie got poked. He's out of here, you guys. He's out of here. Save the taxpayer some dollars. He's out of here. We need to learn how to control our emotions as men. As men. So New York's law is interesting. This is why we're talking about New York tonight, you guys, because New York got a lot going on. If you guys don't know about the stuff with the Miranda law has changed, you can't sue officers now if they don't read your Miranda rights. The Supreme Court's acting up, overturning stuff left and right. They might mess around and overturn slavery. Like, hey, everybody has slaves, unconstitutional. Man, stuff's getting crazy. Stuff's getting crazy. What's next on the New York list, you guys? Any questions? Does anybody have any questions in reference to this case or why you believe it should be or not be self-defense? Does anybody have any questions before we move forward? Put a Q in the chat so I know to answer the question directly. I don't know what the police did. To me, it's clear as day that this is self-defense. You guys, he's not going to be charged. This is not going to make it through court. It's a bunch of foolishness. So there's no way he's going to be charged with that. He just needs a semi-decent attorney. He'll be good to go on this. I don't know how they pulled it off, but these people get charged all the time, innocent to proven guilty, right? Any questions? Does anybody have any questions before we move forward from this case? Anybody? Clear as day, right? Shout out to you, first one. So let's go here. We got to go to this situation. I think it's very interesting that we talk about this. 16-year-old. Why was Alba arrested? Alba was arrested for second-degree murder. What they are saying is that the level of force that he used on Simon was considered excessive and unreasonable, meaning that the situation, which I can see the argument, the situation they're saying is, was he in danger? Did the level of danger that Simon presented to him, was it appropriate to use the level of force he did in order to stop Simon's threat to him? So I think that's a very good argument. What do you guys think? Why won't the officers be charged? In this case, are you asking, Tracy? I don't understand your question. Are you talking about in this case particular? Someone said Alba's 61 years old. Can anybody confirm that? The news article I'm looking at says he's 51. If he's 61, even worse. Even worse. Question: how do we convey to black men that we can't just do stuff like this and expect positive? Bro, people say it all the time. I've said it all the time in our community. Some of us do what we want to do. We think that the laws don't apply to us. We don't like authority. We don't like to be told what to do. I see it all the time. You guys have no idea how bad it is. How bad it is. We think we just do what we want to do. How bold. He felt it was okay for him to go behind the counter. You know who goes behind the counter in stores, you guys? And people who want to rob. Shoot, my bad, you guys. It's 61. He's 61 years old. 61 years old. 61. I made a mistake. He's 61. 30 years difference. Oh, you guys, super self-defense. What am I saying? I'm an old man. My heart was racing. I felt like I was about to die. I felt like he was going to rob me. I don't know if he had a gun. There was like a bulge in his pocket. I'm crying. I'm saying whatever I need to say. You guys, you can't do that. Simon instigated his own death, you guys. He's out of here. And they're going to look at his criminal history. You're already out on bond for killing a cop. Why are you out, sir? This is the problem. This is the problem. And people wonder why people are out on bond, especially in our community. We reoffend. This is what the reoffense looks like. We just can't sit still. If I'm bonding out, I'm out of sight, out of mind until court. One would argue, was this man even going to be able to make it back to court? And I don't know all the details on that. I plan on looking into that a little further, you guys. So I apologize not knowing all the details in reference to that piece. But we think we can do what we want to do without consequence. Going behind the counter, anyone who goes by, what would the reasonable person believe? What would a reasonable person believe if a patron comes behind the damn counter of the store, pushing me, and my register is open? What, he's going to give me a lollipop, you guys? What am I thinking in my mind? That I'm about to be, one, assaulted. He's already showed that he's already put his hands on me. What am I going to say? I think he was about to rob me because I refused to give them food that they were trying to buy, but the card declined. Someone says not saying anything about the girlfriend. Yeah. What'd she do? What'd she do? She whispered in the ear of an ignorant man the power of a woman's voice. I say it all the time, you guys. The power of a woman's voice, the power of a woman's words over a man, that she can entice him enough to where he would risk his freedom and his life. It happens all the time. That's why as men, we have to be careful of the women we bring into our lives. A woman can build you up, and she can tear you down with words. What'd she do? She sent him on a dummy mission. A dummy mission. She said it. I'm going to get my man. My nigga's going to come over here and handle you. That's what she said. And what'd he do? He did just that and got himself handled. He got spiritually released, you guys. He's out of here. She spoke into the ears of an ignorant man, and he went out there and he threw his life away. So what'd the girlfriend do? Guess what she's gonna do? She's gonna go back home and spend the rest of her life knowing that she set this man up for failure. And there will not be any consequences for it at all. The power of a woman's voice. The power of a woman. Women have power. Great influencers over men. Can make a strong man or a weak man. Right? This guy, 16-year-old rapper who allegedly shot a cop, is now out on bond for $250K bail that he posted. Listen, you guys, he's a rapper with Interscope Records. I tell people all the time that rap music is destroying the Black community. People think I'm lying. He shot a cop.
This is Webflow. Meet the design.
He shot a cop, you guys. And I want to talk about this because this covers so much. This covers so much stuff that I talk about on this channel about accountability, about what's actually really going on in our communities. When I bring things up, people don't want to talk about it. We want to brush it under the rug. This entertainment industry, the ones that we are super involved in, is facilitating the destruction of our community. Greg said, don't blame the music. Absolutely blame the music. Who do you blame? You blame the music. You blame the culture. You blame the people who support it. Absolutely. 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 Don't blame the music. No, it is the music and those who support it. Ushering in the destruction of our own community with words. 16-year-old shoots a cop. Why do you have a gun, sir? You're 16. In Atlanta, we had a 13-year-old shoot an 11-year-old on the back of the head at the skating ring, you guys. You can't make this up. They were Black. Who gets into a shootout at the skating ring? And you say it's not the music. It's definitely the music. Angelique, great question. Those rappers don't sign themselves. Record execs, labels see them as cash cows. They can profit off their death. That shouldn't be allowed. No, it should not be allowed. The rappers do not sign themselves, but the rappers also don't support themselves either. Who's supporting that music? Who's supporting the lyrics of Throat Babies, of Kill This Nigga, of Murder His Mom, of Push Drugs in the Community, of Take the Women as They Are, Hoes and Bitches? Who supports that? There's a whole genre of music in our community called drill music, where the rappers talk about how they're killing each other and they rap about it. And then they get mad when they get arrested. And then the prosecutors use that as evidence against them in court. This is what's going on right now here in Atlanta with YSL. Young Thug. He calls himself Young Thug. People don't even know where the word thug comes from. And we plaster, we paint ourselves in these images. We support drug culture. We support gang culture. We support this hypersexual culture. We are just painting ourselves with this. And then we wonder why we act the way we act. Audible learning is a real thing. And you repeat something enough, it becomes a part of you. The power's in the words, the power's in the tongue. We speak death over ourselves all the time. A 16-year-old. A 16-year-old. Well, let's take a look at this.
A wounded cop leaves the hospital in a wheelchair, applauded by his brother officers. but the teenager accused of shooting him is already free. Cameron Williams, known as Sea Blue, is a rapper who used the money he made from a record deal to post $250,000 bail. Look, he defiantly fanned a fistful of $100.
Brother got more money than all of us on the stream together. 250,000. Why should he be bonded out after shooting a police officer? Shout out to you, Shay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you so much, love. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. You guys, this is the stuff I dealt with.
Bills while making an obscene gesture. Mayor Eric Adams, who gave a eulogy at the funeral today for slain police officer Jason Rivera, says he is outraged that a repeat offender accused of shooting at a police officer is today walking free on bond. It is further proof that our current system is failing us. And it looks like these cops have had enough of the shoplifting epidemic engulfing New York and other big cities. 2 officers try to subdue a 45-year-old suspected shoplifter in a Marshall's discount store.
Now, this is he's a repeat offender. He's only 16 years old. He's a rapper. You can only imagine. I listened to some of his music. Of course, shooting, violence, drug selling, sex. He's 16. Is it the music? Even if he doesn't even live that life in real life, I don't know where he got a gun from. But he got one in New York, one of the most difficult places to get a firearm. You have grown-ups who can't get guns that easy. Here you have on this video, this is about a shoplifter. Shoplifting has been through the roof in New York and, of course, in other cities. Why? Because they started to decriminalize shoplifting as if that's supposed to make criminals stop. They're like, oh, we can't get arrested for it? Well, I guess I won't be doing it since they're not going to lock anybody up anymore for it. And what happens? They're terrorizing stores. Look at this. 1 man, 2 officers. You have an officer who does not know how to fight. This is how people get killed by the police, by resisting arrest. This is a black man. He's 45 years old, you guys. He's resisting arrest. What did I say in the video with Jalen Walker? Listen, bless his soul. I hate that he got killed. What's the reality, you guys? Comply to survive. Why am I telling you that? I'm going to play the rest of the video. I'm going to tell you how easy it is for an officer to decide whether or not your life is worth saving. Right now, they're wrestling with this guy. The number one mistake a lot of people make, you touch the weapon on an officer's belt, you're out of here. You're out of here. They are then justified 100% in taking your life. Once you show the intent to take or try to take a weapon off an officer's belt, cuckoo cuckoo, you guys, you're done. You're gone. You don't like it. You don't have to like it, but you have to respect it. That's the law. That's the law that you're governed under. The police have a right to take your life. Why? And look at this guy right here. This officer. This is what I'm talking about. When I tell you the officers are not trained how to fight, they're trained how to shoot. Play if you want to. It's Russian roulette. If you touch the officer's belt, you're out of here. You're out of here. You're out of here. If you guys haven't seen the video I did explaining what it was like to be sprayed, I told the story about when I got pepper spray with my own spray while working. And the person I was dealing with tried to pull my gun out of my holster. When I go back to the office, they say, hey, how come you didn't shoot him? This is how police officers talk. Hey, you know, you could have shot him, right? Casual, you guys. We're very casual. If you check the boxes, you're out of here, you guys. Officers are not obligated to keep you alive simply because you want to resist arrest. And unfortunately, in our community, Black men love to resist arrest. Barry says, so no proper restraining training. Yes, but it's not enough. It's not consistent, and it's just not consistent. You probably learn one time during the academy, and then that's it. When you should be learning every 3 months, you should be going through self-defense and defensive tactics training. That is the problem. Officers aren't trained to deal with you physically like that. I mean, we're trained. You were taught, but you're not trained, if that makes sense, right? You're taught, but you're not trained. That's the problem. Taught, but not trained. I think that's the best way I'm going to start explaining it from now on. Officers are taught, but they're not trained. You know where you're trained in? You're trained to shoot because you got to requalify twice a year. And some officers aren't good at shooting either. But the point of the matter is, no, taught, not trained. Look at what this guy's doing. You can't make this up. Look what he does. No skill, no defensive tactical skills. Dre will tell you he's a judo champion. He will fold you up. You give Dre an arm and he's twisting and mangling and he's breaking it. You guys, I have broken bones. I have broken noses. I have broken jaws. I broke ankles on this job. But guess what? They are alive today to tell about it. When you are not well-versed in the ability of self-defense, defensive tactics as an officer, you rely on your strongest weapon, which is your gun. It's the great equalizer. And I only need to get you a couple times and you're out of here. Why would you gamble? It's the same thing what happened with Patrick Leola. The officer was out of shape. He was poorly trained. He didn't know what he was doing. He could not subdue an unarmed man. You have two officers who cannot subdue an unarmed man. You guys, and if you put that officer in fear for his life, you're out of here. You touch that officer's weapon, you're out of here. Game over, period. And you're mad at the police. I told the story about the guy I had the pistol whip. He's still alive today. He was unarmed and he tried to take my weapon out of my hand, you guys, and I hit him over the head with the gun. Now you can't do that, but he's alive. I could have shot him, but he's alive. He resisted commands. He was unarmed, but because he's unarmed does not mean he's not dangerous. If you haven't seen that video, it's a good video. You got to check it out. You can't miss it. If you scroll through the catalog, you see the hands that says "Don't shoot." You guys, an unarmed person is just as dangerous as one that's armed. It's not an excuse. Comply to survive. That's how you survive these situations. This right here is not going to work. Look at what the officer's doing. He starts pounding the guy on the back.
Subdue a 45-year-old suspected shoplifter in a Marshall's discount store.
Look at that. You got to be kidding me. You got to be kidding me. As if he felt that. You guys, again, I have broken nose, jaw, arms, legs, ankles. You put me in a situation, life or death, I might bite you if I can't get to my gun. You can't make this up. Look. I need you to see this.
The shoplifter
Look.
in Marshall's discount store.
Look at this.
The suspect appears to reach for one officer's gun. He manages to get free, but is arrested outside the store.
What is he trying to do? People will argue, well, he's just trying to get free. You guys, police just can't let you go. I had a guy who tried to stab me. Let me just tell this story real quick. I had a guy who tried to stab me, and the reason why he did not get shot was because my hand was actually holding his wrist that had the knife on it. My other hand was pressed against his throat. I was trying to choke him out. You guys, I do the chokeholds. I do them all. I don't care what people say. Do not put yourself in a position where I need to take you up out of here. It's whatever is needed for me to stay alive, you guys. That's how the game goes. He pulled a knife on me. He tried to stab me. And I'm talking to him in the moment. I'm always talking to suspects while we're fighting. I'm like, you trying to kill me, bro? You trying to kill me, right? Like, we're having this conversation. I take his hand. Mind you, prior to we got to this point, I tased him twice. The second time he dropped, he rolled, and the prongs came out of his back. I get on top of him. Hey, put your hands behind your back. I'm using the locks on his arm. He grabs a knife. He pulls a knife, and he swings in my direction. Thank God, obviously, I'm still here. And I was able to, one, grab the hand quickly before I was stabbed. And I kept slamming his hand on the ground, right? Because, again, we are fighting. My partner is fighting with the driver of the car, right? Because I chased after him. I'll give you the whole story another time, right? We'll give you the whole story another time. But we're starting from the fight. You guys, I was banging his hand on the ground. We're in the gravel, banging it down to get him to loosen up the grip, right? If you start striking this area right here, if someone has a closed fist or grip on something, you strike here where the nerve is, it will release the hands, right? For those who don't know martial arts, that's a little tech. So I'm slamming his hand there, and then I'm headbutting him at the same time. What kind of situation am I in, you guys? Life or death, right? We went from running to now, listen, if you want to apprehend someone, you gotta get dirty. You gotta get dirty. Did I think he was gonna pull a knife on me? No. I could see his waist and all that. I didn't think he had a gun, to my knowledge in the moment. I'm looking at all this stuff as it's unfolding, right? I'm looking at all of these things. I'm running. I could see his waistband. Okay, it doesn't look like he has a gun. I pull my taser out, pop him, right? The first one didn't get him good. I'm running now. I reload in the middle of the run, chasing him again. Stop. Get on the ground. He's resisting arrest. Bam, I plug him again. He drops to the ground. He rolls down the hill. The prongs come out. Then the taser is still ineffective again, right? Because the charge did not last. I come on top of him, get on top of him, try to grab his arm, put him in a lock. He pulls a knife and swings it in my direction. By the grace of God, I saw it. I grab his hand, bring him down to the ground again, and I'm trying to smack the knife out of his hand. He's still resisting. Guess what? I start headbutting him. End up breaking his nose. Going in. You see my forehead. Listen. What's that dinosaur with the forehead? You know, that Palatosaurus or whatever. And I start giving them business. Why, you guys? This is life and death. This is life and death, you guys. This is what it's like to be an officer who gets busy. I get the knife out of his hand. I take the knife and I toss it. And then I proceed to try to grab him into a choke. And I know how to choke. I go in there and I start applying it, you guys. I'm trying to cut the man's oxygen off at this point. I didn't shoot him. Why? I was able to get the knife out. But why did I not draw my weapon that close, you guys? What if he took it and then use it against me? The gun was safer inside my holster. These are things you got to think about when you're out here dealing with people. I'm on his back and I'm trying to hit him with the rockabye baby. That's what I call it. Right? Trying to hit him with the rockabye baby. He starts getting up with me on his back off the ground. Now, as he's getting up, I see a patrol car driving through the woods. It's my partner. He's riding through just tearing the car up. Someone said non-FBA headbutt. Facts. So my partner's riding through. You guys, listen, matter of fact, I'm going to try to get him. I've been talking to him lately. He's like, oh, man, you've been doing a great job on the channel. I'm trying to get him on here for an interview. We'll probably talk about the story. He drives through, he gets out the car, he runs over to me, he sees the suspect getting off the ground. With me, I'm out here locking it off, everything like a pipeline, just cut the water, air, everything. I'm knocking it out. And he's getting up off the ground with me on top of him. You guys, I'm 195 pounds back then, right? I'm like 210 now, but you know, your boy been eating. He starts to get up off the ground with me on his back. I know martial arts. I'm spreading the legs out. I'm doing all of that. Yo, shout out to you, Christopher. I'm going to give you the proper shout out, brother. Thank you so much for becoming a new member. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the channel. Christopher, welcome to the channel. He gets up. He gets up and starts lifting up off the ground, you guys. I'm distributing my weight out as I need to. You know what's happening? The fight or flight, you guys. When people are in life and death moment, myself and even the suspect, you get superhuman strength. You get strength. Even though he's in the wrong, it doesn't matter. What is he fighting for? Survival. He's trying to live too. He's trying to live too. He starts getting off the ground. I don't even know how he could breathe. I was locking him down, you guys. When my partner runs up, I see him coming. He does a damn football field goal kick to his diaphragm. And my partner at the time was 6 foot tall. And he's doing one of those like Super Bowl, this is the last point needed to win, field goal kicks to his damn stomach. He kicked him so hard, I lifted up off the ground with him. He kicked him twice. His body drops. I grab the right arm. My partner grabs the left. We coordinate with each other. We're able to put handcuffs on him. His body's limp. He's not trying to cooperate, right? He's alive. Obviously, he's alive. And we're dragging him to the car. He doesn't want to walk. Refuses to walk. We bring him to the car to put him in the car. He spreads his legs out and prevents us from putting him into the vehicle. Man, it took us almost 10, 15 minutes to get him in the backseat of the car. That's how bad he was resisting. We ended up having to get a supervisor coming in, tie his legs down because he kept kicking the windows. He's trying to break the windows, right? He refused to cooperate, didn't want to give us a name. I'll give you the whole backstory another day, but it was started from a traffic stop. And he lied about his name, didn't want to give his name. And as I was interviewing him, he jumped out the car and he ran, right? So fast forward, about an hour later, he's at the jail. We get a phone call and the major of the precinct walks into the office because we're all there doing a report about the use of force, right? The supervisor goes over it and decides whether or not, make sure everything was in order, it was a proper use of force and so forth and so on. You guys, you know what happened? Why he lied about his name? They fingerprinted him. Come to find out he was wanted. You know what he was wanted for? 3 counts of murder. 3 counts of murder. Black man, probably about 25 years old. Me and him at the time were probably around the same age. He was wanted for 3 counts of murder. Yep. I'll never forget. I've always had a policy that anybody that runs away always needs to be captured. You never know what they did, and you never know what they're running for. You just can't let people go. 3 counts of murder, you guys. Let me tell you the story real quick. One day, these 2 guys decided to do a home invasion. They go into a home, they tie the people up, and they killed somebody inside the house. Murder 1. The police are called out because someone saw them, I guess, going to kick the door open, all that kind of stuff. The police show up, they get into a high-speed chase with the suspect. As they're chasing them through the neighborhood, the suspects run somebody over, a pedestrian, and kill them. Murder number 2. Right? Driving along, right? They just hit a pedestrian and killed them. Then the police are trying to get them. They T-bone a vehicle, you guys, trying to get away from the police. Guess who died in the car? Murder number 3. The car was so banged up from the car accident, the driver couldn't get out. The driver got arrested. The passenger was able to climb out and run to his freedom. Those two men killed 3 people within a span of maybe 15, 30 minutes. The passenger who got away was the same passenger that tried to take my life and tried to stab me with that knife. He tried to run away from a traffic stop because he didn't want to be identified. And he was willing to kill me over it. Why? Because he was wanted for 3 murders that he committed about 4 months prior to me stopping him. Unfortunately, you guys, we live in a country now where criminals do what they want to do. And a lot of times they're not held accountable. And when they run, a lot of times people are running for a reason. And if you don't have anything to hide, if you didn't do anything wrong, then you don't run. But when officers see you running, when officers see you resisting arrest, we believe you have a reason to. And it motivates us more to want to apprehend you. I didn't let anybody get away. And they always had a reason to run. They were either, you guys, as long as I've been doing this job, I've arrested people who have committed kidnappings, people who were, again, out on murder, people who have raped multiple women. They have ran too. And I have people who have ran from because their license was suspended. Again, the police don't know that. So do we need police reform? Absolutely. But do we need to also hold society accountable and how they conduct themselves with police? Absolutely. You could not have one without the other. Yep. 3 counts of murder, you guys. And he was willing to kill me to get away. So, anywho, let's get back to this. And I say that because, again, you have 2 officers who are now trying to, you have 2 officers who are trying to apprehend. Sorry, that's a funny. You have 2 officers who are trying to apprehend this guy, and it's not effective, right? It's not effective. They're not good at what they're doing. And this guy's 45 years old.
The incident comes after so many brazen shoplifters have walked away with their loot unchallenged.
It's time something happened. It's great the cops got involved. The stores have to take it more seriously because it does often involve violence.
And talk about brazen. This suspect was caught on camera allegedly stealing a 70-inch TV from a Target store in Seattle. No way can he slip this giant screen under his jacket, but he doesn't seem to care. It's reportedly the 22nd time in just 3 months he has stolen items from the same store. He actually engages in a tug of war with security guards and wins.
If you want to stop the shoplifting in Seattle and anywhere else that this is happening in such huge numbers, you actually have to enforce the law. You have to make arrests. You have to make it clear that you will, in fact, prosecute people.
55-year-old John Ray Lomack was arrested later, but get this, he was released without bail.
Right? Any questions on the kid who is obviously underage doing what he's doing? You know, New York teen rapper, right? What I like about this case, it really shines a light on a lot of things. He used his money that he made from signing with the record label. He used that money to bond himself out. And that's him right here. So let me tell you the backstory about this real quick, you guys. I'm going to move on to the rest of the New York foolishness. But what happened? Apparently, here's the weapon that he used to shoot the officer with. Williams, which is his name. His name is this gentleman's name, this young man's name, however you want to. is Cameron Williams. His rapper name is C Blue. C Blue is his rapper's name. Williams had already had a 2020 gun possession arrest on his record and was placed on probation as a juvenile in the case just 1 month earlier. So 1 month earlier, he was already arrested for possession of a gun, right? He shouldn't. They're saying, he shouldn't. He should have been held without bail. What happened? They're saying that apparently there was some type of incident that happened. There was like a crowd, maybe like a fight. The police showed up. They started to deal with him, Carmen, right? They're trying to make contact with him, and they're giving him verbal commands to take his hands out of his pockets. He refused. The police got into a tussle or struggle with him, and the gun went off. The gun went off, and the gun ended up shooting the officer as they were struggling. And I think the gun also went off again and then shot the teenager, shot him in the groin. And that, again, that's the gun. That's him in pain at the hospital in handcuffs. And here's the officer being released. So again, this seems like the type of shooting where one could argue was an accident, which is what it sounds like, them tussling. It doesn't seem like a situation where he drew down the gun and tried to actually take the officer's life. So, I don't know how that's going to turn out, to be honest. I don't know if it really even matters, but that's probably what they're going to argue. But according to that article, it sounded as if that it was more of as they were tussling, the gun went off and the officer was shot because of it. But again, that officer could have been killed. And you've already been arrested for gun possession. You're 16. Where's his parents at? Where's his father? Where's his mother, right? That's what I want to know. That's what I want to know. So any questions with that, you guys, before we go? I wanted to cover that. I thought that was very interesting. Again, if you ever listen to his music, listen, not to knock these kids, they're talented. I just wish that their lyrics were just appropriate, right? Shout out to Lisa. Thank you so much for the super sticker. Thank you so much, Lisa, for always supporting the channel. I really, really appreciate you. And also thank you. You are an awesome member and a great addition to the channel. Going to the Donut Fund. Shout out to you. And I want to definitely go back and acknowledge Christopher caught us in the middle of the story time. Christopher Ziegler, thank you so much for joining and becoming a new member. I really, really appreciate that. The support goes a long way. You guys, it feels really, really good and very, very empowering when you guys support the channel. It means so much to me. So shout out to you, Christopher. Welcome to the channel. It gets interesting over here. So I'll just say that. So stand strong. We have interesting conversations, but conversations rooted in truth and genuine love for the truth and genuine love for change. So shout out to you, Lane. Thank you so much. Beautiful, beautiful super chat here. $20. She said, I was patiently waiting on you to cover this. Could be getting ahead, but curious on your thoughts of the little girls that vandalized the fried place over sauce. Listen, Lane, we already here, sis. We already here. I'm going to talk about it tonight. I got it. We talking all New York tonight. This is all New York. Shout out to all my New York fans in the chat. Dre, I know Uncle Stu was in here earlier. They are some New Yorkers. Boy, y'all Yankees are off the chain, right? That's what they call it. Yes, Lane, we're going to talk about that. I got the video for that. We got to talk. Matter of fact, it's next on the list. These three women, unfortunately, it's so embarrassing. It's so embarrassing. Not only do we have our women out here twerking senators, right? We got people in Congress twerking, talking about vote for me. It's so embarrassing. I didn't even want to talk about it on the channel. And then I got these three, young black women. No, they're not young, really. A 27-year-old, 25, and 23-year-old. And they are... It gets worse, though. It gets worse. Because they got felony charges. As they should. As they should. I pray they get sued and along with that as well. We're gonna talk about it, Lane. Thank you so much. Yeah, let's get into it. Let's get into it right now. Matter of fact, that's next on the list. That is next on the list. Here we go. All right, Lane, stand by. We're about to dig into this story because it is definitely worth talking about. And you see she's already smiling because this is crazy. This is crazy, right? What's going on, sisters? We are our black women out here making black women look horrible. This is embarrassing. This is embarrassing. I'm gonna play a little clip, Shay. I'm gonna play a little clip. Lisa has a question. What about adults who murder as adults and have killed as a juvenile and records are sealed? That's a good question. Their records are sealed, but they end up doing time as an adult though. So it really doesn't matter. So even though they are doing, once they become of age, they get tried as an adult. So it's almost like, yeah, it becomes sealed, but you still got to do adult time afterwards. The reason why they do that is just not to put the juveniles in population with the adults because it's causes issues, you know? So that's one of the big reasons for that. That's actually a great question. Again, Lisa, again, with another super sticker going to the donate the Krispy Kreme fund. You guys, normally I drink apple juice. It's cranberry juice today. I'm out of apple juice. Brother, gotta go grocery shopping. All right, we're gonna talk about this. We got 3 women who decided they were going to. The ignorance in this is beyond belief. I'm not surprised that this stuff happens. Obviously, I've seen a lot, but I've never seen it. So I never seen it based on something that just wasn't warranted. I normally see this type of behavior when like they got into a fight with someone, maybe who's an employee, or maybe they have beef with an employee, so they come up and they're attacking that employee. I have never seen this happen because of sauce, right? I've seen the level of ignorance beyond belief, but this right here, sad, man. It's so sad. It's like it's almost as if the world is ending, right? And not only that, you guys, I was watching videos of them going to court, and they were threatening people. Oh, don't get too. You better not get close to me. You better stay. I'm just like, yo, what the hell? Play the videos or twerking on the handstand. No, that senator looked disgusting. She looked sick and had the nerve to say she had an Ivy League education. You're not that smart, though. Anybody can read a book and take tests. I tell people all the time, speaking is not a sign of intelligence. That is not a sign of intellectual life. Speaking words. It's absolutely not. You could teach a parrot to talk. And that's the problem. Speaking is not a sign of intelligence. How embarrassing, degenerate, disrespectful. It's embarrassing for Black women. You know, here we are again, the twerking on people's stuff, destroying stuff. And, you know, all this does is perpetuate the stereotype even further, giving again and again. Let me just play it.
Total freak out inside a fast food joint by a very angry trio of women. And wait till you hear what set them off. Complete chaos inside a fast food restaurant as angry customers trash the place. The shocking video shows 3 women hurling glass bottles and all sorts of things at the servers. The violent episode happened around 4:10 in the morning at Belfries on the Lower East Side of Manhattan. At one point, they even leaped over the counter to continue their attack. So, what got them so riled up? Can you believe they were reportedly furious about being charged $1.75 for extra sauce.
Fair use, fair use. I forgot I gotta start saying that. YouTube be trying to hammer. She's about to start twerking on top of the thing. Of course, I'm sure her mother taught her that, right? This is the problem. And that was a joke, you guys. I know her mom didn't teach her that. Well, then we don't know, actually. The problem is you are embarrassing your parents, right? How embarrassing. My mother would assassinate me, and my father would help her stash the body. You're doing this because your parents are okay with it. You guys, every time I've seen kids act in a way publicly, in a way like this, the parents tend to condone. I can see some of the parents showing up, well, y'all had no business talking to them like that. Ma'am, she just stabbed everybody in the store. Right? Like this is the thing with our community sometimes. We suffer from accountophobia, the fear of being held accountable. You can't tell these young kids nothing. And this is what they did in a store. Can you imagine how they treat the police? And you wonder why they get smacked around, put in handcuffs, complaining, hurt, and sometimes killed, you guys. They don't like authority. When I was in high school and we had that substitute teacher, I would feel embarrassed for them. You guys, when I have to go arrest kids in schools or go to a parent's house to pick their child up for a warrant or whatever, the parents would be like, not my Johnny, right? Not my Susan. I'm like, man, I have them on camera kicking in the door. Is this not your child? They're wearing the same outfit. My boy Kevin just jumped in. What's good, Kevin? Kevin said, Nathan, my man, did I miss your announcement on the Bodega Stabbing? I'll catch the replay. But it's stable, legitimate self-defense or murder too. Yeah, you got to catch the replay. I did that first, but to just answer real quick, I understand the argument that they're making for it being murder too. I do understand that because they're basically saying that the force that he used was not appropriate for the force that was presented against them. And so I think that's just something that has to be cleared out in court because it's going to be easy to make the distinction because they had to correct me. He's 61-year-old against 34-year-old. He trespassed behind the counter. The perception of his behavior and actions, putting him in fear for his life because fear is what you need. He assaulted him. He was a primary aggressor. He threatened him. And he's old. And again, coming back behind that counter, you're insinuating that you're either going to commit a felony. One could argue that that is a behavior that someone who has felonious intent would only do, will be bold enough to do. And so he has a very, very strong self-defense claim. And so though he has been charged, it's innocent until proven guilty, as you know, Kev. But yeah, I did break it down as the first one. Shout out to you, brother. Thank you for the super chat. Listen, Kev be all around the world. His money always looking funny when he be dropping super chats. Who knows? I don't even know. I don't know what currency this is, but you know, I appreciate you, brother. He be all over the place. And not only that, Kev, his girlfriend also hyped it up and was like, "Hey, I'm gonna get my nigga gonna come down here and handle you," right? So he came down with the intent to do harm. So all that is gonna play out in court. And not only that, he was actually out on bond, from what I understand. Oh, thank you to again, first one as well. Also, as he tried to leave because of New York, apparently, from the little bit of research I did, don't quote me on it, but according to New York, they don't have a stand your ground law. And if you're going to use self-defense, you have to try and actually remove yourself from the situation before you can use self-defense. It appeared to me from the video I saw that he was walking away, trying to get past him. and then Simon grabbed him by the collar and prevented him from leaving, which would constitute another felony of false imprisonment. And then at that point, he could argue that I felt that he was not going to allow me to go. I took my knife and I gave him the work. And so I think it'll be something cleared up, to be completely honest. Alvin, shout out to you, Alvin, talking about the festival. Yes. My mom was supposed to make me some festivals the other day. If you guys haven't had festivals, it's a nice little dish. Festival donut fun from NYC. No extra sauce required. Facts. Hey, shout out to you, Alvin. Thank you so much, brother. I appreciate that, man. I love me some festival. If you haven't tried that, you're missing out. That is definitely going to the festival fun. So shout out to you, Alvin from NYC, man. What's going on, NYC, Alvin? We're gonna talk about the gun permits too, man. It is wild in New York. New York City, aka Gotham City. You guys, y'all ain't got no Batman, but you got a whole lot of Robin up there, right? A whole lot of Robin. No Batman, but a lot of Robin. Shout out to New York, all my New York family in the chat. Y'all are up there doing your thing. So Kevin said he's in Honduran Limperia unit. Oh, Honduras. Okay, that's what's up. Shout out to Honduras. I got a good friend from there as well. We did martial arts together. Okay, Kev, thank you again, brother. I appreciate that. Check the repeat. Let me know what you think on that one. So I've been Shay said I've never been in New York. I've been in New York. New York is it's different. Not my cup of tea. I'm not a city boy at all. I'm a country boy. I don't like all that in the big buildings and lights and all kind of smells and all that kind of stuff. Can't take it. What I like though, green grass, pure clean air, peace and quiet. So the New York life is just not for me. I've been there now. Now Times Square is dope. I've been out there. I feel so congested walking around. Buildings everywhere. Buildings. I can't. The police, they look like the police are dope, but they different. They different. I took a photo and I need to find a picture and send y'all. Took a photo with a New York cop. Anytime I go out the country, you guys too, that's one thing I do. I take photos with law enforcement. I take pictures of them, see them in their element. Shout out to Angelique. She said, great broadcast, Nathan. Looking forward to Wednesday's conversation. Yes, you guys. For those who are just checking in, I always forget to say this. Please hit the like button on your way in. If you have not, please monitor your like button. If your like button has not been clicked, please, by all means, beat that sucker up for your boy. And listen, you guys, subscribe to the channel, share the channel as well. It's very important. We have really great conversations. For those who are just tuning in, since we're doing a quick little thing before we dive back into the content about the Three Stooges, women out here. Before we get back into that, you guys, let me drop this PayPal in here. We're doing a stream Wednesday on intimate partner violence. Please make sure you are present. I have an amazing guest, Valerie Williams, who's going to give us, she's a survivor of intimate partner violence. You guys, inside the video description, I have listed her social media stuff. Please take a look at her stuff so that you're aware if you get a chance to. She has a powerful story, you guys, a lot to share. I'll be sharing a lot of information on investigating. I'll also have Dre, Dropping Gems Jenkins. He's there. He handles domestic issues as well. Currently with the DA's office, he'll also be providing some insight after our guest gives us some information. It's a very powerful conversation. A lot needs to be discussed about that. And then also how to prevent intimate partner violence. So for those who are not familiar, let me show it real quick. So that is going to be the event. Also, if you missed it, you guys, I will be doing a stream I'll be interviewing Brandon Tatum, the Brandon Tatum. If you guys are not, you've seen it on the community tab, asking people for their questions. For those who have not seen it, this is the thumbnail. Two sides, one coin. It is going to be it's going to be epic, right? It's going to be epic. Been asking you guys about your questions, so please, nothing's off the table, and it's going to be a great conversation. So shout out to you, Angelique. I really appreciate that. Again, thank you so much for this wonderful super chat, and thank you for becoming part of the squad. So let's dive back into this. We got the girls. We got these three stooges. They're acting a fool, and they are complete embarrassment and shame to their parents, family, and those who love them, right? They are saying that they were drunk, whatever. I don't care. There's no excuse for it. They were all arrested and they were charged, you guys. They were all charged. 27-year-old Pearl Osoria, 25-year-old Shatara Placencia, and 23-year-old Tatiana. Oh, there had to be one in there. Tatiana. Three customers destroyed computers, a cash register, and other items inside the restaurant. One of the workers also reported injuries and was taken to the hospital, you guys. They threw a glass bottle. They caused some lacerations to some of the employees. They had to go to the hospital and get hospitalized. So all that stuff they were doing, you guys, that's assault. That's felonies. That's felonies all day. The unarmed workers were hit with glass bottles that left lacerations after telling the woman it would cost an extra $1.75. You got a felony on your record simply because you have no self-control, you have no discipline, you're grossly ignorant, and whoever taught you to conduct yourself this way, shame on them. Shame on them. Such an embarrassment, man. And then one of the girls starts twerking on top of the counter. And then the people outside watching, guess what we're doing, you guys? We're taking photos and we're recording it. We think it's fun. This is what our community has converted into, where we glorify bad behavior. Like this is become a game to us. This is fun. The ignorant Olympics and the Black community. This is what the problem is. And now this stuff makes it to World Star, right? This stuff makes it to the Shade Room, and we're just like, oh, that shit's funny, ha 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 ha. And then at the end of the day, the joke really just is on us. The joke is on us. Now you have these three girls who are charged with multiple offenses. They destroyed, I think it was like $20,000 worth of damage. At any point in time, did anyone not realize that this was a stupid idea? A crowd gathered behind the women, cheering them on and filming while the restaurant's security alarm did nothing to stop the attack. So they turned the security alarm on, thinking that was going to deter them. The restaurant was closed for 3 days due to the damage the ladies caused at Belfries. 3 days. Here's how the game goes. For those who don't know, I'll tell you how the game goes. I had to shut my business down for 3 days. I'm going to sue you for that. I'm going to sue you for that. Not only am I suing you for all the damage you created in the store, I'm suing you for the business that I missed out on. I'm suing you for the destruction of my image. I'm suing you. Because that's how you play the game. Shout out to High Value Wives. You guys, if you're not familiar with her channel, she has great content. Please check her out. The moderators could drop her link in the channel and the chat. Please check her out. High Value Wives. She is teaching lovely ladies how to be lovely ladies. Putting F back in feminine. I love her content. I was a guest over there. I got a chance to have a conversation with them. It was a great, great conversation. I plan on clipping and adding it to the stream. To the community tab you guys free to check out. Shout out to you, my dear. Thank you so much for this donation. What does she say, you guys? She said, Black women continue to embarrass us. I mean, it's not looking good. It is an embarrassment. And they embarrass themselves. They embarrass their parents. I just couldn't, man. my mom would have took me up out of here. My dad would have stashed the body. That's how we were raised. I remember I used to sneak out the house with a do-rag on back when your boy had something. Back when I was it was like trash can waves. I had the real joints, you guys. I had everything. But doing this job and life and all that, your stuff just started falling out. But yeah, I used to, as a kid, I used to sneak out with the do-rag on and all that kind of stuff. My mom caught me with that. Can't do it. My mom would say, don't ever leave this house. Everything you do is a reflection of us. You come out here and you act a fool. You are not just doing it to you. You are doing it to us. To us. To us. Shout out to you, Ms. Washington. She said, Nate, peace and blessing to you, sis. She says, I agree the woman with the chips was wrong. And yet a man is responsible for his own deeds. Can't blame a woman for what the man do. No, you can't do that. Nope. You know, Miss Washington's probably just now starting to stream. All right, no worries. So what happened with this situation with the fries, you guys? $20,000 worth of damage. $20,000 worth of damage. Fair use.
All three women were arrested and face multiple charges.
Dummies. Freaking dummies. Let me see if I can zoom in on this real quick for us to see. All right. Drunk women who trashed Manhattan Fries restaurant after being asked to pay $1.75 for extra sauce. Listen, when I go to Zaxby's, they hit you with that. Anytime I go to Zaxby's, like, hey, can I get an extra toast? Oh, it's going to be $2. My God damn. Hey, can I get an extra Zax sauce? Oh, it's going to be $1.50. You guys, are we not? Listen, Chipotle, same thing. Can I? What is it? What do people always talk about with Chipotle? The guac. Hey, can I get some extra guac on there? It's going to be extra $1.50. You guys, are we not unfamiliar with how this works? The price of sauce is going up. Just like everything else, you guys. Welcome to a country where inflation is at an all-time high because of the poor policies and practices put in by our government. They wild out on some sauce. Could you imagine? I'd be flirting for the extra sauce too. I'd be trying to do. Oh man, it's crazy. So Pearl, according to this article, Ozaria, 27 from Manhattan, Shataria Placencia, 25, Tatiana Johnson from Brooklyn, got in a fiery rage at Belfries. The violent attack, blah, blah, blah. Let me see. 2 employees suffered head lacerations. That's a felony. Belfries suffered from $10,000 to $20,000 worth of damage. The 3 women were arrested, charged with multiple counts, including robbery. Why is that? I believe I think I read in an article, one of the girls took some money. You guys, that's robbery. That's robbery. Right? Allegedly, let me say allegedly, according to the article, allegedly took some money. But look at, including robbery, criminal mischief. And of course, you know, assault is going to be on there as well. Why? Because the object that they threw injured someone and it was intentional, right? So again, you're looking at all these things. Embarrassment. Nothing else I can even say about that. Oh, that's right. One of them took $10 from the register. Thought it was cute. Cuckoo-ca-choo. You thought you can take $10 and then, you know what they're going to say in court? I've seen these things all the time. I had a guy arrested for strong arm robbery. He took a man's shoes and I think he had like $5 in his pocket. And his mother was telling me that we were excessively charging him. I said, ma'am, the charge has nothing to do with the amount of money that's taken. You're not supposed to take stuff that does not belong to you. The charge is the charge. If you took a piece of gum out of his pocket, I'm charging your ass with robbery. You have no right to put your hands on people. Mind your business. Keep walking. She was shocked. This is why when I have conversations with people about the criminal justice system, people conflate being abused by the system and them not knowing the laws that are over them. See, because what she would tell someone is that the system was racially profiling her, right? Or the system itself was racist against her or him or whoever I'm dealing with, because you don't know the law. You don't take nothing from someone. You force something from someone and it does not belong to you. You are going to be charged. Has nothing to do with the color of your skin. Not in this moment. What are you going to say? Oh, it's only, you know what the parents say, you guys? In our community, it's only $10. Why should she be charged with armed robbery or strong armed robbery? And it's only $10. You guys are charging her with a felony. It's excessive. It's racist. This is a racist system. No, ma'am. No, it's not. What you did was wrong. What she did is the problem. This is called accountability. And she's looking at 3 years for $10 effing. Robbery is robbery, you guys. You have no business doing what you did. This is why I want to have conversations with people in our community about these things, you guys. I know that they conflate things because they're trying to avoid accountability. Now, let me just say this. That's not to say that the criminal justice system does not impact Black people disproportionately. Yes, I'm not saying that because that's a fact. It's not to say that people do abuse the system. It doesn't. I'm not saying that, right? I'm not saying that. The disparities are real. Yes, they're real when they are real. They are real when they are real. I'm talking about the Black community. I'm talking about as it relates to the disparities in the criminal justice system against Black people. This is a fact. This is a fact. That there are cases, known cases, I know cases where Black men and white men who commit the same offense, you have Black men who are sentenced to greater and longer sentences for committing the same crime. Yes, that's a fact. I know that to be true. What I also know to be true is that we also, when it comes to sentencing, we look at the criminal history of a person, and that can actually get your sentencing bumped up. The data does not support that. It does not add context to that data. That is important. When you put information out, people don't know how your sentencing is being judged. It's being judged by your criminal history. So you might have a white man who did commit armed robbery and he got 5. You have this Black man who got 15. And then you're wondering that, hey, this is racist. But in fact, when you look at the criminal history, this Black man, unfortunately, right, is running circles around the white man when it comes to the crime that he committed. That is not for all cases. But I'm saying that's what you have to examine before we make statements like that. Case in point, the Bodega stabbing. This man, Simon, was out on bond for killing a police officer, allegedly. Allegedly. And then here he is, right? What does his criminal history look like? When you have to compare apples to apples. I'm not saying the disparities don't exist, because they do exist. But what I have experienced dealing in our community, within the Black community, having conversations about these subject matters, and I talk to parents, she's going to make a statement. She's going to make an argument that why should her daughter be charged with armed robbery, strong armed robbery, because it was only $10. That's the argument. She didn't hurt anybody. Okay, yeah, she took $10. And then they're going to give her 10, she's going to give her 3 years for it. Is that right? Is that right? Is it fair? Is it equitable? I don't know. I don't know. How do you get bond for killing a cop? New York City bond. New York City bond. New York City bond. Oh, and then check this out. I didn't know this. I didn't know this. Orzaria. Jesus Christ, these names. Orzaria? Guess what she did? What did Orzaria do? Orzaria was not in court on Friday. She faces additional charges for hitting a police officer as she was being apprehended July 3rd. Hitting a police officer. You can't make this up. Who's raising these heathens? Who's raising them? You guys, that video was off the chain. I was disgusted. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it. Kevin says, again, criminal justice in the U.S. is absolutely racist. Because of that, Black people should not help a corrupt and unfair system with inexcusable behavior. All right, I can give you that. I can give you that. Great point. What is Kevin saying? Kevin is saying if our debate is the criminal justice system is racist, why would you then help the system by doing things where you're 100% wrong? You're guilty. I tell people all the time when it comes to police encounters, you want to tell me that the police, every white officer is a racist. Yet you can't stand on anything solid because you've committed a crime that brought you in the presence of said racist, the person that you're calling a racist. You've put yourself in a position now to where the person that you're calling a racist is now deciding your fate. So if you don't start no problems, there won't be no problems. Now I have to always add the caveats. I'm not talking about cases that we clearly see where the officer is wrong, where we clearly see the officers abusing power. We're talking about the cases and situations where people put themselves in the position to get themselves in trouble and then want to say that it's racist. It doesn't work like that, you guys. We've gotten too comfortable. We've gotten too cavalier with the word racist to the point to where a lot of us don't even know what the word means anymore. Just because a white person is holding you accountable for your stupidity doesn't make them a racist. It makes you stupid. It makes you stupid. Shout out to Trash Can Waves. He says, you see what happened to the Olympian Kim Glass? And, and then we got Shorty overseas in Russia. Listen, you guys, when I leave the country, I study the laws of the country I'm going to. Hey, sir, you're not allowed to spit gum on the street. We have to place you under arrest. Listen, this girl sneaking allegedly marijuana oil or whatever it was she had, either you knew or you didn't know, or you thought you can get away with it. If you didn't know, you're a fool because you should have did your research before you walked in somebody else's country. Bad time to be in Russia breaking petty laws. And at the end of the day, the laws are the law. It's some people, for whatever reason, feel like laws don't apply to them. You don't get to decide what law is worth breaking. It doesn't work like that. Letting you go just because you're Black is incapable of knowing better would in self be racist. That being said, progressive super racist. Facts. I think that's the problem, know the laws. A lot of y'all are leaving the country, don't even know the laws of this country. You want to go to somebody else's country and act a fool. Good luck. Listen, every year about 1,000 people get arrested abroad. You think you can throw around that you're an American as if it means something. You guys, I go to other countries. I had someone tell me, when are you leaving? When are you leaving? Right? We don't want you here. How long is your stay? When are you leaving? I'm like, damn, whatever happened to welcome to my country? Know the laws. Too comfortable, man. Too comfortable in this country. It makes us feel like we can just go anywhere and do what we want, as if saying you're American is supposed to protect you out of your own stupidity. Now, when those basketball players, who was it? Reggie Ball, one of them balls. He went over, he was playing in China and was stealing out of the store, shoplifting. And his dad is a millionaire. I'd have left his ass in China. My dad would have left me in China and told me to do the time he needs to do. My parents would leave me there, you guys. That's the difference. My parents don't cape for me. When I used to get in trouble in school, my mom would show up and be like, what'd he do? Right? What did he do wrong? That's the difference. That's the difference. My mom would be asking the teacher how I messed up. She's not there to defend me. I grew up being held accountable, man. I just you guys, this is this next one we're going to talk about. Leap of faith. Leap of faith. New York is off the chain. New York is off the chain. I believe I can fly. Listen. Poor R. Kelly, he's exactly where he needs to be. R. Kelly is exactly where he needs to be. You know, he's a man who was given chance after chance after chance and couldn't get it together. He's exactly where he needs to be. I believe I can fly. Oh, I believe I can touch the sky. You should have listened when you had a chance. Now your ass is about to die. In prison for life. In prison for life. I believe you're a fool. This man threw his whole life away. His whole life away chasing children. And he had a community that supported him. Everybody always wants to overlook his dirty deeds. He had friends that supported. We knew the stuff he did. He was allowed to go back and do it. One would argue that if he would have been caught a long time ago, how many more victims he could have saved him from? Saved them from him. He called himself the Pied Piper. His music should be removed off of everything. He was sick. He was absolutely sick. And some of those parents, I would have also arrested them too. Some of those parents purposely put their children in harm's way, purposely baited their children to reel him in. Sick, man. Sick. Sick. Lane, shout out to you, my dear. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the channel. Thank you so much, love. I really, really, really appreciate it. Listen, you guys, our members are growing. Again, this excites me. Lane, thank you so much. Welcome to the channel. Please, everybody, welcome Lane as our new member. We have 2 new members tonight. So, I'm excited. I'm feeling super, super good. Lane, thank you so much, my dear. Thank you for joining us. This is a very unique channel, I will say, but we have very, very tough conversations, and I'm still learning YouTube and building this, following. This is our channel. I say it all the time. This is a channel for us. This is a free speech zone. I don't censor people or anything like that, but we do have really, really great, real conversations. So you're welcome here. You are part of the family. So welcome, Lane. Thank you so much for joining us. What are you talking about, Dub Will? What's Dub Will talking about before I jump into this R. Kelly rant? Nathan, because we actually have parents. Parents today are friends with their kids My mom still tells me I'm your parent, not your friend. My mom tell me the same thing too. Matter of fact, my mom punched me the other day, actually in the chest. I was saying something crazy, and next you know, she was like, "Pow!" I was like, "Mom." So yes, my mom's still the same way, but at the same time, my mom still takes the bones out of my fish when she's making fish and stuff for dinner. So you know, I want my mom to stay mom all the time. But yes, to your point, yeah, we had parents that stayed on top of us, you guys. It is a fact. Thank you so much, brother, for this. What's the saying that we say in law enforcement to the parents? If you don't raise them, we will cage them. It's just that simple. It's just that simple. If you don't raise them, we'll cage them. Get your kids in order. Get your kids in order. Shout out to R. Kelly all the way from a cell near you where he belongs. He should have been there a long time ago. This gentleman right here, we got to talk about this. The leap of faith. The leap of faith. This is interesting, you guys. So let me give you a backstory. Kendall Floyd, young man. 25 years old. 25 years old. What did he do? He gets pulled over in New York for a traffic stop, traffic violation. I'm assuming they were going to arrest him. He decided he was not going to jail, you guys, by any means necessary. I just described to you what that feels like as an officer. People never hear our side of the story, right? You always hear just the end part, right? The suspects and the criminals are complaining about how they got treated by the officers. But what happens? Allegedly, I'm guessing, I don't know how this turned out. I don't know. I haven't seen the video, but based on what I read, he used his door and assaulted the officer with it, right? I'm assuming maybe he got out in a hurry. They're trying to get him out to arrest him. He pushed the door up against and hit the officer with the door. That's assault. It sounds petty, but it works, right? That's a charge. You can't do that, right? You can't do it. That's just what it is. That's the law. You cannot hurt the police officers. Well, whatever he did something with his door against the officer. I don't know how, what, why. I don't know. I haven't seen the video. Nonetheless, he takes off running, you guys. He's off. He's off to the mean streets of New York City. The police are chasing after him. Why? You guys, because that's our job, to apprehend people who don't want to be apprehended. We don't live in a country of lawlessness. Not yet. Not yet. Not yet. So they're chasing him. Hold on, what Trash Can say? Trash said, Nate Dogg. He said, I don't know. I agree with him. The cop said you hit me with your door. Trash Can is so silly. So officers, though, let's be real. I know officers who be like extra. Man, he hit me with the door. I'm like, sir, you were walking towards the door when he opened the door, right? Yes, we got that. We got petty cops. That's a fact. Petty officers, and they will charge you. I've seen it happen. I've seen an officer try to cite someone 7 tickets one time. I said, bro, no, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. Give her 1 ticket and send her on her way. Give him this ticket, send him on his way. When you're a veteran officer, you can pull rank on other officers. I pull rank all the time on white officers and on black officers. Even an Asian officer, I had to pull rank on him one time. He was trying to arrest somebody on some. Anyways, so these are things that we do, right? I pull rank on officers all the time. So he's running. What? He led the police on a foot speech. Now, listen, I've been in New York one time. I haven't been to all places in New York. I didn't know they had subway lines that run over the city that are exposed to the road, right? For those who know New York, I don't know what it's called, but they're on some type of subway platform. This guy, he is trying so hard to get away from the police. He's willing to do anything. He's on the subway line. He climbs over to the part to where he's like, it looks like he's about maybe 4 stories high, 4 or 5 stories off the ground. And he's on the edge of the subway. Man, let me pull a picture up. Because this is crazy. Okay, this is a good one. This brother, mind you, mind you, he is 25. He's 25 years old. Let me find this picture for you guys. We got to see this. All right. So, is this right? Hold on. Okay. Cuckoo. I believe I can fly. You guys, what does he do? He's up on the edge of the rail, and it's above the street. Above the street. Leap of faith. Running from the cops. 25 years old. Resisting arrest. You guys, this is how we get hurt. What did I say on the previous video? Comply to survive. You guys, there are some young men out here who will do whatever it takes to get away from accountability. A ticket, maybe 6 hours in jail. Right? Was it worth it? Look at him. Look at him. You can't make this up. So what does he do? He said, I'm going to do it. He said, I'm going to jump. I'm going to jump for my freedom because I can't afford to go to jail. Watching too many movies, you guys. Listen, I got to tell you a story about a guy who jumped from ridiculous heights. You guys would think I'm making these things up. When I tell you these stories, I promise you think that I'm making this stuff up. Let me go back to I believe I can. When I saw this, I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe what I was watching. So, of course, New York, people are watching. They're standing above it. They're standing below, and they're telling him, don't do it. Don't do it, Kendall. Please, don't do it. It's not worth it. What does he do? He said, it don't matter. Leap of faith. I got to see the body camera, too. This is going to be interesting.
5, a harrowing standoff in Brooklyn atop elevated train track.
Look at him. Look at him. He's contemplating. In this moment, what is he saying? In this moment, he's saying, I believe I can fly. That's him at the top. This is him right here. He says, I can do it. I'd rather jump than be arrested. They can't take me alive. I won't let them take me. Why? Someone has told him that jail is worse than the decision he's about to make right now. You guys, what is he running from? They're going to arrest him. I wouldn't be surprised if it was suspended license or he had a warrant or something, right? I don't understand, or he maybe had, they haven't even said if he had anything in the car or anything like that. I don't know why he ran, you guys. They didn't even release anything to suggest that maybe he resisting arrest for what? Was it worth it? Look what he does. Look where he's at.
A man desperate to avoid capture by police decides he's got one chance.
Look at him. Look at this. Look at this. Someone said, jump, Icarus, jump. Jacqueline said he saw Mission Impossible and wanted to be Tom Cruise. What is Look, Mama, I have Mom, I'm a Look, Mom, I can fly. A leap of faith. Guys, man. Dre said, nah, he said, you're not accurate. New Yorkers would be telling him to jump. Yeah, I heard people on the camera saying, jump, jump. And then some were saying no. I mean, what is this, you guys? What's good, Hunter? What is this? Someone please tell me what this is. I need someone to explain to me why. You guys, this is what resisting arrest looks like. When I tell people that in our community, too many of our young men are resisting arrest and they're getting hurt. This is what I'm talking about. This is what angers me. And when I have conversations with people who are disingenuous, as if we're not doing this type of shit all the time, you guys, this is a problem. I'm not caping for the police. I'm saying, can we make better choices? Can we make better choices? This is not a joke. This is not a game. The only power you have is the power over your own choices. You can't control the consequences. You can't control the police, and you can't control the criminal justice system. But we feel like we can do whatever we want. We feel like, I understand how people who commit crimes and then get mad at then now how the system wants to enforce rules, laws, and regulations over you. After you just got done committing, I get it. Sometimes it's not fair. Sometimes I get it. It's unbalanced. I get the disparities. Do not put yourself in the system. Crouching Tiger, Jumping Negro. That would be the name of the movie. I don't understand. I don't understand. Make it make sense. That's why when I have conversations with people who want to debate with me about what's actually going on, I'm here to tell you, I'm not here to cape for the police. I'm not here to cape for the citizens. I'm here to tell you the reality. There's a myth that's flowing through our community, and we keep making excuses to justify bad behavior. You guys, I'm telling the difference between people I arrest who comply and then those who don't comply. They get hurt. And use of force does not look pretty no matter how you do it. There's not a pretty way for me to take my fist and hit you over the face with it. It doesn't look pretty, you guys. There's no way to make shooting you look sexy. You guys, it doesn't look good. If I have to choke you out, I can't do it in a way to where it looks attractive to you. It does not look pretty. When someone resists arrest, you need force in order to put them in custody. Why? Why put yourself in a situation when you can simply just comply? I'm not talking about bad cops. I'm talking about cops who are doing their job. This is not a conversation about bad cops. This is a conversation about citizens, Black, white, Asian, Hispanic, who feel the need to resist arrest. You get hurt. What are you running from? Now, the guy that I fought, I told you the story earlier, he was running because he was wanted for 3 murders. This guy, I don't know why he did that. Look, Ma, I can fly. What an idiot. What an idiot. He made it, though. He made it. He broke his legs and made it all the way to the jail anyways. Was it worth it? Was it worth it? Lisa, dude jumping off the top rope. He on some WWE. Look at him. This is crazy to me. I can't, man. I'm gonna tell you a story about a guy who took a leap of faith on me. I'm gonna tell you a story about that. This is crazy. This is crazy. Russell, I was glad I stumbled here tonight. Man, stumble on over. Just don't jump. Stumble on over. Just don't jump, man. Welcome to the channel, brother. Make sure you subscribe. Make sure you subscribe. Welcome, welcome, welcome. To be wanted for 3 murders might have been the underlying reason for the fear, fight, or flight. Yeah, of course. Absolutely. That was the fear. It was the fear of being held accountable. Absolutely. The fear of knowing that your life is over if you get arrested. Right? Absolutely a fear. She said worse than WWE, right? That's a good jump. That brother's wasting his talent. He needs to be in the damn Olympics. Wasted his talent.
Desperately onto a rooftop. News source.
So I just got my entire apartment cleaned for $19. Seriously.
Stupid commercials be coming up. They got all these little kids doing commercials now. Hold on. Let me bring it back. Leap of faith. Hate them ads. Jackson said at least have a parachute. At that height, he hurting and he gonna hurt anyways. He gonna hurt regardless. That parachute ain't gonna do it. No, he should have had some wings on him. Okay.
Decides he's got one chance. A desperate leap onto a rooftop. News source Adam Harding has the complete story.
Police say that suspect was trying to run away. He climbed up onto the subway tracks
He climbed up.
and decided to jump onto a nearby business. It was all caught on video. Witnesses could be heard screaming as the man was sizing up in unbelievable jump. This woman still can't wrap her mind around what she saw firsthand.
I've never seen something like that before.
I believe I can fly. I believe I can touch the sky. Someone said Hood Olympics. I see you. Spread my wings. What an idiot. What a freaking imbecile. A waste of time. The Black Spider-Man, right? Which one's the Black Spider-Man name? He's from New York too. What's his name? The new one, the new Spider-Man. And they, of course he's not straight, and he's the black one. They turned on all the cartoon characters suspect now. Miles Morales, that's right. And he's bisexual. Welcome to America, right? Welcome to America. A gay Spider-Man. Listen, shout out to all of that side of the fence. They're all cool people, you guys. I have gay friends, right? So just all fun and games. No disrespect. All fun and games. I know some people can't take jokes. Right? So yeah. Miles Morales is gay, if I'm not mistaken. He's supposed to be bisexual. I heard you can't say the G word on YouTube. Anyways, facts are facts. Facts over feelings over here, you guys. Facts over feelings. All right. So what does brother do? What do he do? Why do he feel like he can do this? Right? He's gone. Look at him.
It was crazy.
Yeah.
Investigators tonight identifying the man as 25-year-old Kendall Floyd. They say he climbed up onto the subway tracks while trying to run away from the police.
Shit your mind.
Striking an officer with his car door after he was pulled over late Wednesday in Brooklyn.
I just saw him running down. 2 cops coming after him. He ran up that pole up there, went up here, started running that opposite direction. I guess he got tired, came right back over here, looked down. The cops told him to come down. He didn't want to. He went over the railing right there, and it looked like he wanted to jump.
And jump he did.
I believe I can fly.
He jumped and landed right on your roof, right? Yes. Police say he went such a great distance, when he landed, he injured his leg. By then, officers quickly caught up to him. He was taken away by stretcher to a nearby hospital. Tonight, he's facing a number of charges.
It's dangerous. I don't know why he did it. What about it? I don't know. It's dangerous, very dangerous thing he did.
Have you ever seen anything like that before?
Of course not.
And tonight,
So he did break some stuff. Link said he thought he was playing Fortnite. Oh man, listen, I love everybody, you guys. Y'all are so funny. Y'all are so funny. I don't know why he did it either. I don't know why he did it either. I would have left him there too. I'd have been like, sir, congratulations, you earned your freedom. I've had cases like that where people have done some stuff. I was chasing a guy at Quick Trip, and I was trying to pull him over. I didn't get a chance to get close enough to pull him over. I was trying to catch up to him to run his tags. I knew he was up to no good. Finally got his tag. No insurance on the car. Okay, cool. That's a ticket. But it came back to an old lady. He pulls into the Quick Trip parking lot. As soon as I get into the gas station, he jumps out, leaves the car, and he takes off running. So I'm like, oh, radio, I got one running at the Quick Trip, right? That's the note, so that I'm ready. Yeah, I got him. Chasing behind him. This guy jumps over a rail behind the Quick Trip. And I'm thinking that it might just be, maybe about 6 feet drop kind of thing. It was about a 2-story drop. It was a 2-story drop. And he landed, I heard some screams. I went over the rail. Now, mind you, there was no fast way to get over there. No fast way to get over there. I didn't, honestly, I'm just be real, just honest for transparency. I didn't know how to get down there. I didn't. And I wasn't gonna jump. It's never that serious, right? So yeah, I look down, I'm like, oh snap. And he's getting up and he's and he's dragging his foot, he's limping. I'm like, Now I have my camera on, so it's capturing everything. I said, hey man. I always do that. Hey, congratulations, sir. You've earned your freedom. You've earned it. There was nothing I could do. I did not know how to get down there. And so I ended up towing the car, put a hold on it, and all that kind of stuff. And I eventually was able to arrest him. You know what it was? You know what it was, you guys? Suspended license. Suspended license. What happened? Right? His license was suspended. He was driving someone else's car. We could put holds on vehicles. Basically, means that no one can get the vehicle while it's under investigation. I've done it all the time. I forced the owner to basically tell on the person who was driving, basically snitch, right? So you don't get the car back. I can hold it indefinitely. Doesn't matter. I do it all the time. It always works. When I worked, I take people's car and hold it. The boyfriend driving the girlfriend's car, she needs it for work. He committed some crime. He had a warrant, whatever, that type of thing. I hold her car. Ma'am, who had your car? I can't tell you. Okay. Well, when you find out, let me know. I'll give you your car back. And then you got the boyfriend walking into the precinct, and then he's walking out in handcuffs. So in this situation, yeah, I'm sure he broke something. Eventually, when I found out, he was later picked up on the warrant. I just took a warrant out for his arrest, and then kept it moving. So I don't know what type of damage he went. The sheriff's got him somewhere later down the line, but yeah, he jumped. So let me tell you, I had a case working. I actually got called. There was undercover agents that were working in a narcotics investigation in a neighborhood. They were doing surveillance, and they were undercover watching a home get broken into, an apartment as a townhome on the 3rd floor. They're like, hey, we got 3 or 4 guys who just broke into a house. They forced entry. This is what they're wearing. So I just happened to be down the street eating. So I'm like, oh, hell yeah. So, we're driving, get to the scene. We pull up. right? They find out that we're here. Police, police. We're climbing up the steps. I'm just getting there. Some like 3 guys are going up the steps, guns out. And of course, they're surrounded. Where can they go? There's only 2 entrances. Now, technically, there's only one, right? The front door, and they're 3 stories high. What do these clowns do? You guys, 3 of them jump out of the window, 3 stories high. Only one of the guys knew to roll. He rolled and took off running. The other 2, right? One guy, the last guy who dropped, well, I'm going to tell you how I found out, but the guy who took off running, I chased after him. Let me tell you, this guy was a track star. Maybe 2 blocks worth of running, to the point to where your lungs, you can feel it burn. I actually caught him, me and another officer caught him about 2 blocks away and then brought him back. As we come back to the scene, now mind you, the guy who landed was the first one out the window, so we chased after him. And the other ones who jumped after, they could not run. They broke the ankle. One guy, his, I guess, tibia, whatever that is on the foot. I just remember the name. The tibia he broke. Another guy, he landed on his ass and broke his tailbone, you guys. I didn't even know that was something you could break, right? Broke his tailbone. And, you know, back then, I don't even want to say that. But I don't know why it took so long for the ambulance to show up. They were busy that day. They were so busy. I worked in a community, man, where they were busy. So you might call the ambulance. It took a while for them to get there. And Shay said, trust, she said, it hurts. Broke his tailbone. I didn't even know that was something you could break. Right? So I'm looking. You guys, I have so many stories. You have no idea. But I feel like this is kind of therapy for me. I get to share it with y'all. So I appreciate you. I get a chance to like. So it's funny because I still can remember looking at his face. And he was suffering. He was in pain. There's nothing we could do for him. First of all, I thought I was going to die. I was coughing up mucus because I was running so long. And so my chest was on fire. And but anyways, and I wasn't out, obviously I was not out of shape. We did a lot of chasing. We had a lot of foot pursuits. And but I was out of it. I was coughing up mucus and stuff like that. My chest was on fire. The kid led us on a nice run. But anyways, I come back and I see the guys just laying. We didn't move them. We left them where they were out of fear that they might have broke something that could have severely damaged them even further, right? So we actually had to leave them where they were and wait for the ambulance to come and get them, put them on a stretcher. The guy's like, he's like, and he was sitting there. He wasn't crying. I mean, his tears were coming out, but he wasn't like bawling. It was like, he said the pain was so, he said, can you please do something? I was like, bro, I can't. Like, I can't. You know, we just searched to make sure they didn't have any weapons, but we left them right there. We couldn't move them, right? Broke his tailbone. Another guy's foot was like it was twisted, you know? And I'm not laughing because it's funny. You had no business breaking into somebody's house. You had no business kicking in somebody's door, you guys. Here's the problem. Oh, well, bless your heart. This is the issue I have with criminals. When it's time for them to get caught and get in trouble, they tend to want to soften up a little bit. They tend to want to cry about it. No, sir. Jumped. All 3 jumped out the window, 3 stories high. 3 stories high. I told the story about the guy who I ended up having to pistol whip, the one who had his hands up. You guys, he jumped from a 2nd story balcony. He committed a home invasion, right? I tell the story on that video with the hands up, don't shoot video. I tell that story. He jumped out 2nd story, 2nd floor of a balcony, and he lands and he's running and he pulls a gun and he tosses it, right? He makes this motion. Before I pulled the trigger, he threw the gun. So, you know, again, that's why when I examine these cases, you guys, I'm not examining from the perspective of an officer who hasn't got his hands in the mud. I did the work, so I know what we're capable of doing. I know we could do a better job, right? I know what it means to have discipline, trigger discipline, self-control, awareness, situational awareness, defensive. I understand. And so because of that, I know if I could do it, and I almost quit the academy twice. I almost quit the police. So again, but I held high standards over myself. So when I'm dealing with and talking to officers who have low standards and they don't meet the expectations of society is asking them to meet, then guess what? I'm going to be hard on them, which is how I can hold them accountable and how I address them the way I address them. But anyways, they got pushed away. I still got his photos and stuff, and it's so funny. He was miserable. He was absolutely miserable. So where are we at? We're hitting 3-hour mark. I want to close out with this last video in reference to the guns and then the police leaving. You know, New York is suffering from an issue right now. People call it the blue flu. No, this is like the blue plague, right? Law enforcement leaving the police department in record numbers in New York. It's crazy, you guys. Think crime is bad in New York now? It's only going to get worse. Before that, let's talk about the guns, the gun issues. Someone said broken booty. Army man is stupid. He's I'm a grown man. You ain't putting a cast on my. Oh, that's what I asked them. I asked them how they fixed that. They said you can't do. I don't think you can do anything about it. There's no cast they can put on you, man. He said a broken. So what do you do? How do you fix a broken booty? Oh my gosh. All right, real quick, you guys. So let's finish off strong. I'm sorry I get to tell the stories and stuff. I don't get a chance to tell much stories on here, so it's always cool when you guys when it's relative. First one said give us more hilarious stories. We'll have story time. I need to get back and do a story time. There's so many stories. Shay said, how do you fix a broken booty? Shay says you walk it out. Walk it off. Shake a tail feather. Do whatever you got to do. That is crazy to me, man. Someone knows something. Secretary Common Sense always got good info for me. Says it has to heal on its own if no surgery is needed. Oh man, that sucks. Could you imagine not being able to sit down? I wish I could have followed up with them and be like, hey, how's treatment? How's recovery been going? Bet you what you won't do again. He'd probably be like, yeah, I'll never jump out a window again. No, sir. Say you'll never break into homes again, right? That's what we want to hear. Leap of faith. Leap of effing faith, man. Let's talk about this. We got to talk about New York. New York is crazy with their gun policies for permits. You guys, the Supreme Court, I wanted to talk about this and do a video on this by itself, but since we're talking about New York, I said, let's do it all, right? New York's gun laws, off the chain. I heard it was bad. I had no idea. I had no idea it was this bad about how do you get a gun permit in New York to carry a gun. You have to be able to tell them that you need it for they have to approve. I think they said it in a way like a self-defense claim. Like you got to claim that you need it for protection. That's the only way. You have to get approved. They have to look at it. You have to be able to justify you need a gun for protection. Meaning that you work maybe in some type of high-risk business where like maybe you carry money or whatever type of thing, and then they got to approve it. I didn't know this was going on in some states. You guys, I did not know that. I did not know it was this difficult. In Georgia, you just got to look grown and like, hey, you need a gun, partner? Here you go. You know, and then you get a gun just like that here in Georgia. That's why a lot of the gun runners come down south to buy guns, and then they illegally run guns up north and they sell them for a lot of money. That's what's actually happened. The gun market is a serious thing. The black market for guns is serious. I did not know it was like this in New York to get a gun. I've heard about it being tough. I didn't know it was like this. This is crazy. So the Supreme Court was like, nah, New York, y'all are doing way too much. You need to scale it back. Supreme Court said your gun restrictions for permits need to be on the same level as the majority of states. Background checks and mental health checks kind of thing. Outside of that, you are infringing on people's rights to have guns, which is a violation of their Second Amendment. And the Supreme Court was like, get it together. And they did. And then it seems like the officials in New York are pissed about it. So let's play this. I think this is really dope.
New York lawmakers have approved a sweeping overhaul of the state's handgun.
Now, and in response to what the Supreme Court did, New York is saying, oh, no, hell no. What we're going to do is now we're going to make all these restrictions on you carrying a gun in public places. And so they've created a law now to where you can't even take your gun nowhere. Damn near outside the house and back home, because now they're telling businesses to restrict. They're telling all the public places you can't take it into parks and all this kind of things. So at the same time, then it's kind of like, well, then what do I do? Just carry a gun in the house and then down the street in the car and then back home again? I can't go anywhere. So again, it's still making these restrictions that are, in my opinion, still infringing on their rights to carry a gun. You can't take it in certain places. So let's hear what she says.
Gun licensing rules in response to last month's landmark Supreme Court ruling, which struck down previous restrictions. Jennifer Johnson looks at what the new rules mean for New Yorkers and how the state's governor is vowing to fight back against other controversial decisions made by America's highest court.
New York lawmakers feel the new, mostly conservative U.S. Supreme Court went too far when it struck down its state law requiring proof of self-defense to obtain a concealed carry gun permit. The court, in its ruling, said all gun regulations must have historic roots. New York leaders are firing back.
The Supreme Court.
That's right. They want proof of. That's so stupid. Proof of self-defense. Basically, you need to prove to them that you need a gun for self-defense. Wow. And meanwhile, guess what? Criminals don't need proof for self-defense. Criminals just need to take a gun that's stolen, buy a gun illegally. Where now here you are as an innocent citizen, want a gun for protection. You got to prove to the city that you need it for self-defense. How stupid is that? Here in Georgia, the governor was like, nah, we're going to sign this constitutional carry. Shout out to Governor Kemp. He said constitutional carry. As long as you're not a criminal, you can carry a gun. The criminals can get a gun, and you gotta jump through. You gotta do cartwheels, backflips, and moonwalks in order to get a gun in New York. And the Supreme Court said, nah, that's over with.
Court decisions for settling setbacks.
Oh, shout out to you, Rilla.
Temporary setbacks. And I refuse to surrender my right as governor to protect New Yorkers from gun violence.
In what was called an extraordinary legislative session Friday, lawmakers took swift action, now requiring private businesses that allow concealed guns to post that publicly so everyone using that business knows. Gun buyers will have to provide the state their social media accounts and character references, and background checks just got a lot harder.
What? So to get a gun permit, I need to give you my social media accounts? I got to give you my social media information? What? That's like, now we're talking about First Amendment issues now. Now we're talking about my privacy now, right? You're going to look at what I'm doing, my speech now, and determine I don't need to have a gun. Now, maybe, does it need to go that far now? People can give you a fake social media account. You guys, this is stupid. This is stupid. Shout out to you, Rilla. Shout out to you, Big Dog. This is stupid. Uh-oh, trash cans calling it. Your social credit score is coming, you guys. Listen, this country, the United States of America, no, the divided states of America, some say the United Snakes of America, call it how you like it. This is great country being torn from the inside out because of poor policies and poor leadership. I don't know what they're trying to do to this country, guys, but they are trying to destroy it. Who is they? That's another string. The reality is this country's starting to look more and more like China, right? More and more like China. It's starting to not feel so free over these last couple of years. Seems a lot of tyranny taking place, and it's sad. It's we the people. And it feels like we have no power in our own country, you guys. We the people, we run this. And now it seems like companies and corporations and corrupt politicians run the people. But that's just my thing. I don't know if I'm the only one that thinks like that.
New York will now require and conduct background checks for all ammunition purchases and comparing ammunition records against records of other databases. Judging possible convicted of felonies.
Action was also taken to ban concealed weapons from so-called sensitive areas, including Times Square, subways, bus and train stations. Shootings in New York City.
Subways, buses, train stations. You can't bring a gun. Well, hell, one would argue those are the most dangerous parts of New York. Subways, trains, the places where you need them most. So basically, is that fair, you guys? Is that fair? It's too expensive in New York anyways. I don't even know why anybody want to even live up there.
It had more than doubled this year compared to 2019. This week, a young mother was shot in the head at point blank range by an ex-boyfriend while pushing a stroller in the city.
You guys, and to touch on that, that's intimate partner violence. We're going to be talking about that this Wednesday. Damn. Shot by the boyfriend. Unfortunately, you guys, for those who don't know, and it's very sick, it's very sad, it's very disturbing, but almost 50% of women who are killed by an intimate partner. Almost more than half of the women in this country are killed by an intimate partner. That's the reason why that show Wednesday is going to be very, very, very important. Very important. Dub Wilson, they call people in the South stupid. Well, they call people in the South, they say it's slow, and they be the first ones to come down here. These New Yorkers come down here, they've been buying up all the houses here in Georgia, raising the price up. Them and folks in Cali. Shoot, that's another story. But that is sad. That is sad. But that's the reason why we're going to have that conversation.
Supreme Court really made America a very dangerous place, particularly in New York City. I just don't know what they were thinking.
What? No, what's making this country dangerous is not holding criminals accountable and letting them jump out on bond after shooting and killing police officers. Repeat offenders. This is where the danger is. Criminals have guns. What is he taught? The mayor is an imbecile, you guys. He's an imbecile. He is an imbecile. I've heard him talk about stuff before. It blows my mind, the things that come out of his mouth. Ridiculous. What?
New York lawmakers will also take action to ensure a woman's right to abortion in their state. That comes after the High Court's most dramatic decision this session, when it not only upheld Mississippi's law banning abortions after 15 weeks.
Well, that's something else. We had the abortion conversation. Let's dive into this. We're on New York. We're on guns. We're on this. We're on safety for New York residents. What did Ms. Washington say? She said the U.S. is actually a corporation, not a country, and the laws are for them. Multiple. Yeah. This is true. Maybe should we say the corporate states of America? Welcome to the corporate states of America. At this point, yeah, you got guys buying up all the land, farming land, and right. You got computer guys telling you how to plan for a pandemic. I mean, yeah, this place is off the chain. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Shout out to Raw B with the super $10 chat. Thank you so much. Oh, and a member of the channel. Thank you so much, Raw B. I appreciate it. You guys, we had a stream together and we were acting a fool. And it's funny. We're supposed to be talking about some of this stuff too, Robbie. But guess what, Robbie? We're gonna still, Robbie, I'd love to have you on Wednesday too. We'll be talking about the intimate partner violence and stuff like that. And I'd love to get your insight too and input from your professional perspective as well on those issues. It's gonna tie into a lot of stuff. So thank you, love. I appreciate this. Butterflies and kisses. I'm all for it. We had a great stream. And that was fun. Got to definitely run that back. So what was I saying? Record numbers of police officers quitting, violence through the roof in New York, and a mayor. I don't know what he's on. But what do you do, right? What do you do? Shout out to Trash Can. Say she's a real one. Yeah, man. I love having debates with Raw B. She be sharpening my sword. My Wu-Tang Clan member right there. Robbie, we got to come up with some Wu-Tang names for us. We got to come up with some names for ourselves. If you are a Wu-Tang Clan member, what would your Wu-Tang name be? I guess Robbie would be dope. I need a better name then. I'm gonna have to contemplate on that. For those who don't know who Wu-Tang is, for those who do know, you know, it's a rap group from New York. Lyrical daggers they be spitting. Record numbers of officers quitting their jobs. Why is this important, you guys? Absolutely have to talk about this. They are leaving in record numbers. The city's falling apart. A lot of these officers are going to other places. And Krispy Kreme killer. Oh no, that's KKK. I can use it though. I can use it. Listen, my mom said you got to take negative things and turn them into something positive. So KKK for now on, Krispy Kreme killer. I like it. That's my new name. Oh, snap. I'm feeling it. Shout out to Dub Will. I'm about to save that message. Krispy Kreme killer. Yo. All right. Let's go on. Let's see what they're talking about over here. You guys, if you haven't heard about this, this is a problem. She says sugar's the devil. That's true. It is. I'll be working out though, Shay. I'll be working out.
We've seen the numbers, we've seen the media reports. There's been a historic rise in crime across the country that is only expected to get worse in the hot summer months. But right now, some police unions are sounding the alarm of a nationwide officer shortage. In New York City alone, new data is revealing that 1,500 officers have either resigned or retired so far this year. It's actually closer to 1,600 officers. That's up nearly 40% from this time last year, the largest mass departure on NYPD record. To help talk about exactly why this wave of resignations is happening, I'm joined right now by retired NYPD detective and professor at John Jay College of Criminal Justice, Michael Alcazar. Thank you for being with us. First of all, I know the NYPD is pushing back on those numbers from the police union, saying that departures are only slightly higher than the previous year in 2021. But with the rise in crime, wouldn't this still point to a very dangerous situation?
Yeah, this is not the time to lose police officers. Historically, summer months are always the highest in crime, highest in shootings, highest in homicides. We're on track to hit that also, and we're losing a lot of police officers. We also have poor recruitment. I had students that I teach in John Jay that normally are usually excited to get on the police department. This past April, I had 3 students that were supposed to go into the police academy, and they turned it down. They're apprehensive. They're not sure if it's something they want to do anymore, and they're scared. They're asking me for advice, and I don't give advice to my students. That's a decision. That's a life decision they have to make for themselves. If they're not ready, I don't recommend they go into it.
What is he saying, you guys? Fair use. You two be acting up. He's saying he can't get people to sign up to do the job. Defund the police. Hate police rhetoric. I don't think people understand that there are more good cops than there are bad cops. But we're punishing the good cops too. We're mistreating good cops. We're mistreating officers. Now, granted, the profession can do better at making some adjustments, making some changes, and overall fixing its image. That's a fact. It's a fact. The reality is we're losing a lot of police officers, and a lot of them are quitting. And it's hard to get people to sign up. I know within the Black community, you have officers who don't want to sign up. I have officers I have citizens who've been emailing me and saying, hey, I want to be a police officer. Can you give me some advice? Or, hey, I wanted to do it. I have 3 in my email box now of guys saying they wanted to do it, but changed their mind and said, hey, you know why they changed their mind too? They see how some people have been treating me on YouTube. You guys, and I'm here to help. And I've been mistreated. I've been disrespected, right? I've been dragged to the mud because you don't like what I'm trying to explain, or you don't like what I'm saying, or you guys, I'm here to educate. I came on YouTube to educate, not to cape for anybody. I call myself the translator, here to translate things between police and the citizens, here to dispel a lot of myths and inaccurate information as it relates to policing, this profession. You guys, a lot of things we've been lied to, manipulated, conditioned by the media, politicians, activists, all lying, a lot of them, to fill their pockets. Bad cops give all cops a bad name. That's a fact. That's a fact. But should the entire police profession suffer because of what a couple, or even a lot of bad cops do, or cops do in general? Should they? Should we profile police officers? Profile them as corrupt, profile them as racist, profile cops or the profession as white supremacists, or someone said I was a white supremacist the other day. Someone said I work and I'm a gatekeeper for white supremacy. This is what Black people are telling me. You don't want no Black people to do the job. Then the white people who are doing the job, you don't like them either. So how does that work? What did I say before? If you want to bring about change, you have to get into it. You have to do something to do something. You have to put yourself in a position of power to bring about change. You can't complain on the sidelines and point fingers at people doing the job that you yourself don't have the courage to do. It doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that. I see the problems with policing. It can be fixed. It can be reduced, right? You can never get rid of a corrupt person. Corruption is corruption. Evil is evil. It matters not the color of your skin, you guys. That's what I'm trying to tell people. Systemic racism. Is it the system? Or is it the people operating the system? Get them out of it. How do you do it? We need to put better people in. Point them out. Yes, there's racist police officers. Yes, this is true. They're in there. What are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it? You can't complain and then not be willing to get in there and do something about it. I did something about it. And then someone tried to kill me, and here I am. And even after that, I'm still trying to do something about it. You guys, I could have took a plane and got up out of here. I said, let me come on YouTube and try to educate people. Let me try. Because by educating you, I can educate officers. By educating officers, I can hopefully save your life. This is another form of protection. Education is a form of protection. I can give you insight into something that you don't understand, that you don't know. Many of us will live and die and never do this job. Some of us will never be in a position of power where we can actually make change. I'm volunteering my time, my energy to something that I love, helping people. This is what it's all about, helping people. Imagine talking to you guys, you then have a different outlook on law enforcement. Your attitude towards them changes. That could very much well be the difference in your life being saved in a police encounter. I can take the information that I get from you guys. It goes towards a reform package that I'm working on. I'm just working on getting it out there, right, to the public. Real police reform that works, that won't cost people much of anything. Real issues, core issues, you guys. That's what it's all about. Someone who really wants to do something. Support that. If you got the energy to complain, do it while you're supporting someone who's trying to make a difference. But if you're just going to complain and run your mouth, it's not needed. It's not necessary over here. I don't want you here. I don't want you here. I love everybody, you guys. Everybody. I don't do division over here. I don't do hate over here, and I don't do disrespect. If you don't have love in your heart, you're on the wrong channel. I'm not with the racism, blase, 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 blah. There's good and evil. That's how I look at you. That's how I look at you. Judge not the color of my skin, but the content of my character. We just seem to forget that. One of the coldest things that man has said, Martin Luther King, still true today. Record numbers quitting the job. Numbers as high as, I want to say like 2,000 or something crazy. Police shortage, they can't get people to do the job. Why? Why would people want to sign up?
For the average police officer in NYPD used to handle like maybe 8 to 10 jobs during their tour. I heard they're handling like 30 to 40 jobs, and it's a very stressful job to begin with. And it's daunting, and it's bad on their mental and physical welfare. So I think a lot of people, to them, it's become just a job, and it's not worth it. It's not worth it, and their families don't want to do it anymore.
Yep.
Right, and I would love to keep talking with you. I would imagine the situation is different depending upon whether you live in a very large city like the ones we spoke about, or maybe if you live in and work in a community that's smaller, more rural.
Why would someone want to do the job? Right? I think that's, he hit it on the nail, you guys. Why would someone want to do the job? Someone tried to kill me more than once. More than once. I did it because I loved helping people. You guys, it's hard to explain when you save a life. I don't know if anyone in the chat has ever saved a person's life before. Know what that feels like. It's addictive. It's like a good addiction. And you feel moved. You feel moved. You feel inspired. You feel motivated. You feel it's just, I don't know how to put words to it. Arresting someone, locating someone who has been terrorizing children, who's been terrorizing women, who's been terrorizing communities, on Christmases, you know, it is such a powerful, it's a feeling of a purpose that you did not know existed. The power of love. And I always say it on this channel that only weapons formed from love can defeat weapons formed from hate. It's just true. It is a very, very, very powerful feeling, you guys, and I got addicted to it. I got addicted to helping people. It's a thankless job. It's a thankless job. Seeing the smiles on people's faces, being able to turn someone's bad day into a good day. And it's not all crime fighting, you guys. It's that the guy on the side of the road who blew 2 tires, and you get out there and you laugh with them and tell them it's all good, right? And you're like, he's like, man, I only got enough money for 1 tire. And then you reach in your pocket and help him pay for the 2nd tire. True story. True story. Or that woman whose car broke down because she blew a tire in the storming rain. And you go out there and you help her because there's no one else who can come out there because of the storm. And there's no AAA is not available till 5 hours. And you change that tire and you're completely drenched in the rain. True story. Or you're talking to someone who was selling drugs, some marijuana, and he's 18 years old. You could have charged him with the felony because he had more than 3 dime bags on him, but you charged him with a misdemeanor. And then later on, you get a letter at the police department a year later saying, I didn't realize, but if you would have charged me with a felony, I wouldn't have been able to get this job, or I wouldn't have been able to get money for school with this drug offense. Thank you, Officer Daly. Or you go into a home and you recognize that the door was kicked in the day before Christmas, and all the presents under the trees have been opened and the toys have been stolen. And you see the kids and the parents crying about how their Christmas was ruined. And then the police department gets together and gets toys for that home and other homes who have been burglarized. You don't see that. You know what I mean? You don't see that. Or the feeling that you get when you have 13 women raped over the course of 2 months by a serial rapist. You don't see the officers who are working nonstop, working overtime, volunteering their off time, working undercover. On their days off, you don't see the officers who are canceling their vacation because they want to catch this person who's been terrorizing women from ages 13 and 50. He raped. True story. You guys, I've seen it. I worked in the Black community. There were white officers who were undercover with me, just as mad, willing to do anything to catch him. And we did. True story. A serial rapist. I've had people try to kill me more than once. And the last one was it for me. I had to put the cake down. If you don't know the story, you guys, I was dragged down the interstate. Car surfing, hanging out the window. So that's why I'm so passionate about it. Because when I hear people who are not accurate in their depiction about the profession, it pisses me off. And we can agree about the bad officers, but no one ever wants to talk about the good ones. I can agree we got some racist cops out here, but you don't want to acknowledge the white officers that are amazing. And I can't allow that. I absolutely cannot allow that. I'll never allow that. And that's why some people don't like me, because they want me just to agree with them because it makes them feel better. No, I'm going to tell you the truth. Sorry that some of the stuff I talk about is not ear friendly. I'm not here to massage your feelings. I'm here to tell you the truth. Some of y'all are walking around here with your eyes wide shut. You look silly. And when someone brings some facts to you, you want to fight it. You want to fight it. That's the problem. And shout out to my homeboy. He told me, he said, listen, we live in a microwave society that's ran by ovens. This is the problem, you guys. I'm different. I'm a little different. But there are a lot of officers like me. There's a lot. You know. There's a lot. So police are leaving. I saw someone in the chat. And they're like, oh, well, they're leaving because they don't want to be held accountable. Again, no. Some are leaving because they're not being treated fair. They're not being respected. They're not being supported. You know, every officer that leaves because they don't like the department is not a bad police officer. Again, that's not true. Bronx shooting kills a 19-year-old boy. And we're going to close with this because for whatever reason, some of us believe that our actions don't bring about consequences. A 19-year-old killed in a shooting. I want to show you what's going on, as if a lot of us are pretending to avoid. You know, I don't get it, but the boldness of our youth in this country, the boldness.
Police are asking for your help tonight finding the suspects behind a deadly shooting in the Bronx. The NYPD has released this surveillance video. Investigators say yesterday afternoon at about 1:30, the suspects got out of a gray Honda Pilot. This was near East 156th Street and Melrose Avenue in the Melrose section of the Bronx.
What is that? What is that? This is, you know, this is our community, you guys. And when I have these conversations with people who don't like what I'm saying, I'm looking and I'm saying, this is the police now have to go and find him. The same police you're saying you don't like, the same profession that you don't respect. You create the scenario that requires the profession you don't like to come and have to find you because of your behavior. And now someone make it make sense. Then I ask you to do the job. You say you don't want to do the job because it represents white supremacy. Someone make it make sense. What does this have to do with white supremacy? No, this is black stupidity. Look. How? Now, I know there's nuances to it. I know there's nuances to it, right? I don't want to come off or dismiss. The best way to stay out of the criminal justice system is to how do we address this? This is killing more black people than the police. This behavior is what's doing it. I had a discussion on a channel. Someone wanted to talk to me about mass shootings. Someone had the nerve to say only white people do mass shootings, because that's a lie. Mass shootings happen in the black community all the time. You only need 4 more people to be shot for it to constitute as a mass shooting. Just because you don't hear about it doesn't mean it's not happening. I think we've gotten too comfortable assuming that because you don't see it means that it doesn't happen or it's not true. I'm here to tell you it's very true, you guys. We commit mass shootings too. Then someone said to me in the discussion, well, we don't shoot up schools. What? Says who? Because our education now is dependent on what the media shows us. Do your research. And whether or not I shoot outside the school or in the school doesn't matter. The idea is that shooting is something that we should not be doing. The death and the killing of one another is something that we should not be doing, you guys. This is the problem, these senseless arguments. Constantly want to compare white and black. No, right and wrong is the discussion we need to be having. You guys want to talk about colors. Everybody wants to talk about color. No one wants to talk about the behavior. I swear to God. Make it make sense. You could pull your head open. I see a box of crayons in there. Deadly shooting in the Bronx. A 19-year-old is killed. Huh? You don't say. Who else knew about this? Nobody. Bodies drop all the time in these communities, you guys. Look what he does. And not only that, the driver gets out and begins shooting as well. You guys, you can't make this up. Look at him. The boldness. The boldness. Does he care who else might get shot? No. Of course not.
Pilot. This was near East 156th Street and Melrose.
And he's being shot back, right? Someone's shooting back at him. So this was like a hit, a target hit. They're shooting. Who knows? This is how these young kids who are sitting in cars get shot and hit and killed because of this right here. And you want to tell me that a white person has something to do with this? You want to sell me white supremacy? You can't. You can't. I always want to put the blame on someone else. I mean, I'm just being honest. We have to address this. This has to be addressed. This is killing more black people than the police. And that's an extended clip. Shout out to you, Army vet.
Rose Avenue in the Melrose section of the Bronx and opened fire and then took off. A 19-year-old riding an electric scooter was killed. If you can help identify the suspects, you are asked to contact police.
Okay, I take it back. It looks like someone who wasn't supposed to be killed got killed. So I guess I stand corrected, you guys. A 19-year-old on a scooter was shot and killed. It sounds like he got hit by the crossfire in the Bronx. I have to deal with this so much, you guys, so much. I don't think you understand. That's why when I have these conversations, sometimes I get frustrated because the cognitive dissonance a lot of us suffer from is out of this world. We've allowed the media and politicians to gaslight us. Some of us are so wrapped up in our emotions, we can't tell the real from the fantasy anymore. I pray that my channel becomes a beacon of truth and a place of light, a place of comfort, a place where people can gather and have a conversation and not outside of the conditioning of our society, because it's bad, you guys, it's bad. We need more people in these professions to come up and just give an honest depiction. And it's not to dismiss people's personal experiences. That's not what we want to do. But sometimes we need to be able to sit down and have a fair assessment of what's going on, an accurate assessment. Without that, you guys, we're lost. Plain and simple, we're lost. That's it for prayers go out to the 19-year-old. I don't know all the circumstances in that, but obviously that's a death and that's someone's child. And, you know, yet again, approximately 7,000 Black people are killed from homicide. It's one of our leading causes, our top leading causes of death, according to the CDC. On average, the police kill about 200 Black people in a police encounter. 200 Black people are killed by the police on average a year. White people, it's like 400, killed twice as much. That's a fact. Homicide, approximately 7,000 homicide victims are Black from a Black offender. Come on. You can't even compare the two. And some of those people are dying and they had nothing to do with the altercation. Kids, women, children, innocent people. We just saw one. Make it make sense. Oh, again, before we close out, thank you to the moderators. Thank you so much, you guys. You know, I could not do this without you. Thank you so much, everyone who joined us tonight. If you have not, hit the like button. If you got to double check before you head out, please share the video, share the content, share the channel, you guys. It goes a long way. It does help. I'm truly blessed tonight. This is the first time I got 2 members in the same night, 2 more members. So I'm so happy. You guys put a big smile on my face tonight. And it's motivating, you guys. I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes I get discouraged. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna keep it real. We keep it real over here. We do facts over feelings. I'm not gonna be in my feelings, man. But man, I get discouraged sometimes. I guess because I'm really trying to help. And man, if you guys only knew the type of obstacles I'm dealing with, just trying to help the people, help people. It's sad. It's very sad. It's very sad. Thank you, Tasha Panda, for becoming a member. Thank you, Christopher Ziegler, for becoming a member. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, you guys. All of my supporters tonight. Dub Will with the Krispy Kreme, Lisa with the Krispy Kreme action, Trash Can with the Krispy Kreme. Robbie dropped 10. I'm gonna get a drink for this one. You guys know I'm an old-fashioned king. Old-fashioned with 3 cherries. That's my specialty. So I will be treating myself to a drink. High Value Wives, thank you so much as well for this super chat. Thank you so much, Angelique. I really appreciate that. A lot of new faces. Alvin, Wagwan Alvin, thank you for the shout out here for that festival. You know, I'm gonna hook it up. And again, I'm so appreciative, you guys. And Shay, thank you so much, Shay. You know, it's always a pleasure to see you pop up on the streams. Yeah, this is a good conversation. I think it was important for us to really kind of talk about New York as a whole. It's just so much. I don't know. I try to doing all these videos and stuff. And actually, by the time I put a video out, some other stuff come out. And I was like, man, I'm just gonna do a stream and just do all New York, just all New York. So shout out to the new KKK member, the Krispy Kreme Killer. That's gonna be my new Wu-Tang. My new Wu-Tang joint. I'm gonna put some shirts together. Shout out to Dada Ya, who was talking about that. Put some short shirts together. We're gonna do like some team shirts for y'all. I'm gonna work on that next weekend. Cause I got some big interviews. You know, I got a big interview with Brandon Tatum coming up. We have the big interview this Wednesday coming up. That show is gonna be amazing. Heart-wrenching though, of course. So, you know, get your tissue. Get your tissue. It's gonna be. Y'all might see me shed a tear. I'm a sensitive guy. I look like a teddy bear. Y'all I'll be crying sometimes. But anyways, man, any questions before we go out? You know, I like to always do the last minute questions before we head out. Does anybody have any questions about the things that we covered tonight? If you have any questions just in general about police procedure and law as it relates to those cases, I know we covered a lot. For those who are running the replay, you probably might miss it, but you know how I operate. Put it in the comment section, you guys. I do my best to answer. As many as possible. So please don't be shy. Ask your questions. I love the engagement. I really enjoy the engagement, you guys. I'll make sure I pick out. Usually, what I do is take like an hour or two each day to go through the comment section under the videos. Someone said inspect the deck. Inspect the. Oh, that's actually pretty dope. I'm gonna play around with the Inspect the Daily. Yeah. Shout out to you, bro. Shout out to you. For those who know, Inspect the Deck is one of the members of Wu-Tang. Thank you, Miss X. Thank you. Yeah, man. Behind the scenes, man, you guys, I'll be having people lifting me up because it's a tough journey, man. It's tough, but you guys help me out, man. You guys do. I started this channel last October, man. I think we're doing really good. This is our channel. I'm not perfect, you guys. I ask for grace and patience. You know, so you guys definitely appreciate you being patient with me. I've been learning in this process. I'm new to this. Is resisting arrest to refuse to give ID? It is obstruction, but you could still go to jail. So it's not resisting arrest. That's a good question. So let's do a scenario real quick. I have to have a legal justified reason to stop you or detain you, right? A traffic stop is a good example of that. If you have a traffic violation, I can pull you over. That's my probable cause. By law, according to the state law, you are obligated to ID yourself as a driver. I need to verify you have a valid driver's license to operate the vehicle on the roadway. So if you don't, that is failure to identify. What happens in cases like that? I have. If I can ID you without your ID, that's one thing. If you don't give your ID, then that's a problem. I have to be able to do it. By you refusing to do it, you are obstructing the investigation, and that is arrestable, right? And what ends up happening when I have cases like that, I drop a person down in the jail as a John Doe or Jane Doe. Hold for identification. So that's a technique I use, and it can be kind of petty sometimes, but if you put, I'll turn into Officer Petty real quick, right? I'm like, well, since you don't want to hand me your ID or identify who you are, you're already in violation of a traffic law. I just can't let you go because I have to hold you accountable for the traffic violation. So if you don't ID, then I just put you down. Okay, Miss Jane Doe, no address, failed to produce license. Then I arrest you and I put you in the system as Jane Doe. They're going to run your prints. If you've never been arrested before, nothing. Now, in order for you to be able to bond out, you have to bring identification to the jail. And I don't know what the jail asks for, maybe birth certificate, all kind of stuff. I don't know, but they don't release you. I've had people sitting in jail because they refused to ID themselves until they got tired. They won't let you bond out without IDing yourself, especially if you don't have an arrest record. The story I told you earlier with the guy who tried to stab me earlier in this video, if you caught that story, you just got to run it back. He refused to identify himself. Actually gave me a false name. And then when I ran it, it didn't come back, right? And so he had to identify himself. He gave me a false name because he was trying to hide the fact he was wanted for murder. And so the way we found out his ID was from his fingerprint. And so when he went to the jail and he fingerprint himself, his information pulled up. So that's actually a really good question. So, you're only authorized to identify yourself when an officer has probable cause to ask for it. If an officer doesn't have probable cause, you didn't commit a crime, you're not under investigation, you are not authorized. You don't have to give your ID or your name to an officer. That's why when you hear people who know their rights, they be like, "Hey, what's your name, sir? Do you have your ID?" He said, "I do have ID. What's your name?" He's like, "Am I under arrest? Am I being detained? Am I being investigated for some type of crime?" Because that's important. That's important. Because if I'm not, then you don't have a right as an officer to force me to do it. Force me. That's the difference. You can do it, but the officer can't force you. And that's where the line, right? Great question. That's a great question. Yeah, you guys, don't ever hesitate to ask me questions about this stuff. That's what I'm here for. So, anywho, it's 12 o'clock. We had a great talk. We talked about R. Kelly behavior. We talked about the crazy bodega situation. When I was in New York, this guy was like, "Hey, man, go over there and get you some street meat." I said, "What? Street meat?" Dude, I was offended. All right? I didn't know that's what they call it. Like meat on the street. They call it street meat. I thought that was like yeah. So I was like, "What are y'all doing up in here in New York? Talking about get some street meat." Like, oh man. Blaze Brown. Oh, that food look good in the Avatar, Blaze. What is that? Strawberries? Is that a strawberry salad? Oh, it's good. I'm just hungry. Do you know if the time span has changed to renew a FOID card? Honestly, I'm not familiar with FOID cards that much. That's something up north. I think you guys do. The FOID card, for those that know, I forgot what the acronym stands for, but it is it's just like a permit to get a gun. I think if you're underage. I don't know much about the FOID card, to be honest. We don't do that down here in Georgia. You just gotta be legal. FOID card, I think it's if you're underage and not old enough to get a gun, you can get a FOID card. The FOID card, if I'm not mistaken, really, boo? She said, street meat does not sound appetizing. All right, love. I hear you. First of all, y'all know Trash Can Wears. He's a damn comedian. He said cop meat sandwich. That pig in a blanket. Hold on now. I'm not messing with y'all. What's she? Pretty Ugly Truths. I love Pretty Ugly Truths, y'all. She says, she get an eye. Pretty Ugly, what you know about the street meat? I'm gonna start calling y'all out. Trash Can Front talking about he vegan. Lies. But in regards to the FOID card, though, I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure. You know what's funny? The first time I heard about the FOID card was during the firearms owner identification. Thank you. First time I heard about the FOID card was in the case with I don't know why I can never remember his name. Kyle Rittenhouse. I broke the Kyle Rittenhouse trial down on this channel as well. If you guys want to check back some of my older videos, you know, I called it pretty good. Okay, she says, I don't know if Blaze is a she or not. Shouldn't say that. Blaze says, yes, strawberry shrimp with salad. Okay, I need to try that. That sounds good. Strawberry and shrimp? I'm down. Let me get some questions in here, you guys, before we close out. Secretary of Common Sense says, if they do force you, but had no reasonable, probable cause to begin with, and you do have warrants, would the officer still be in the wrong? That's actually a good question. The way it works, if you have warrants and an officer illegally obtained your information, the warrants, you're still good on the warrants. You can't, the warrants don't get dismissed because the officer identified you illegally. So that's the interesting thing about how warrants work. Warrants are one of the things where once it's on you, it's on you. It has nothing to do with the actual initial stop. With that being said, though, if the officer investigated the incident involving you and they did not have no reasonable suspicion, no probable cause, then any evidence supporting their accusation against you gets thrown out. So, for example, say they illegally stopped you on a traffic stop. They didn't have probable cause or anything. They just made it up. And then during the encounter, they found 2 kilos of cocaine in your trunk. Now, you end up going to jail and you had a warrant. Say they just knew you were wanted, but they were corrupt, right? They did the job wrong. And they found the 2 kilos of coke in your car. That stuff goes to court. You're a free man. They don't give you the coke back, though, right? You don't get the coke back, but you don't get charged with it. It's happened a lot. I've seen it happen before, not in my department, just in the news, looking at cases. I've seen it happen before. I've never had a case that got thrown out. Never. I've never had a case that never had a case where I've had people try to challenge. I've had attorneys and defense attorneys try to challenge my probable cause, but it didn't work. Let me see. Begin with you and do have warrants. The officer still be in the wrong for the initial forcing. Oh, okay. So now with the forcing part, with the officers being wrong, yes, you could actually then sue the officer for violation of your Fourth Amendment. Right. So that's where the officer becomes you open the officer up for a lawsuit. Mm-hmm. Yep. So that's a great question. Yeah, you guys don't ever hesitate to ask. And I just started doing this recently where I'm like, let me ask questions. Let me tell you guys to ask questions, put the Q in front, you guys. So for those who are new to the channel, question, Lisa says, if you call someone to listen to interactions with officers, can the officer make you hang the phone up? If you call someone to listen to interactions with the officer, no, they cannot. They cannot. They can't force you to hang the phone up. But I would say it depends. Are you free or are you detained, and are you arrested? Because if you're arrested, obviously you're no longer free to make decisions on your own. You're now in the custody and responsibility of the officer. For example, I've had cases where I pulled somebody over and they're on the phone because they want the person to hear what's going on, which is fine. That doesn't bother me. And then after doing whatever, I find out I have a charge to arrest them. Then they're like, oh, I'm gonna leave my phone on. Cool. Cuff. Put you in handcuffs. Then I'm like, hey, I'm gonna have to tell you, you have to call them back or call them in the jail, or I gotta search the car, I gotta do this. But I'm gonna hang up the phone, or I'll let you, depending on how the person is, I'll let them call them back, have the conversation in the car, depending on the type of case that I'm investigating. If it's something that's minor, I'll leave them with the phone and let them have the conversation in the back of the car. I'm cool like that, right? But to your point, it depends on the stage of the investigation, would determine what the officer can do and not do in reference to the phone. But if you're going to jail, the phone's getting cut off. I always let people make final calls and things like that. But after that, I end up cutting the phone off. And you got to cut the phone off or you bring it into jail anyways. Over here, that's how we did it. But that's actually a great question. I always tell people, absolutely record police encounters all the time. Officers are supposed to be doing the job properly. So they shouldn't be worrying about, it shouldn't matter if someone's recording you or not. If you're doing what you're supposed to do, then it doesn't matter who sees it. That's how I look at it. Let me scroll through, see if I miss anything. Alex Harris says, can you explain stand your ground to the viewers? So stand your ground is a law similar to what they also call like the house doctrine is another word. Depending on what state you're in, they name it something different. Yo, shout out to you, Sir Hale Speaks. Shout out to you, brother. Shout out to you. So the house doctrine and stand your ground, they're kind of one and the same. They're self-defense laws for those who haven't heard of it. Put that way, the self-defense law basically states that, or stand your ground means that house doctrine. I'm sorry, castle doctrine. I said house doctrine, castle doctrine. Thanks, trash can. What does it mean? It means that stand your ground. You don't have a duty to retreat if you're being attacked. If your safety is in danger, if someone is trying to harm you, hurt you, you don't have a duty to retreat. When they say duty to retreat, meaning that what they're saying is, hey, if someone's trying to hurt you, it's your responsibility to run from them, right? Well, stand your ground law says, if someone is trying to hurt you, you have a right to protect yourself. You have a right to stand your ground in front of that threat. It's called the castle doctrine, right? Because initially this thing started in the house, meaning that if someone goes into your home, you have a right to defend your home. The castle doctrine. That's how they put it. It sounds cool when you say it. You have a right to defend your home. You don't have a duty to retreat, meaning that if someone tries to take your home over, your castle, you don't have to run away. You have a right to defend yourself. And if you defend yourself in your home, you're protected by the law. The law allows you to protect yourself in your home. Unfortunately, it's not like that in every state. That's why New York right? New York. That's what I'm thinking they're leaning on why they actually arrested. His name is Jose. Is it Alba? Forgot his name already. I think it's Alba. Jose. The reason why I think they arrested him was because they don't have a stand your ground law in New York. In New York, you have a duty. You have to retreat. You have to try to retreat first, right? What did it read? The duty to retreat clause in New York requires New Yorkers to retreat from a violent aggressor. You are responsible. If someone's trying to attack you in New York, you better run. And it says you have to retreat from a violent aggressor when in public, only in public, before they can defend themselves and their loved ones. So meaning you got to be able to show that you tried to get away. That's in New York. Georgia? Georgia is, you put me in a situation where I got to defend myself, you're out of here. You're out of here. And okay, we got a New Yorker in here. Joyce G says exactly. It's not like that in New York, which is a shame. What was that man supposed to have done? Exactly. And my thing is, based on what I looked at the video, the man was trying to leave. He's trying to walk out. This is a small little space they were in. One could argue, how was he going to leave? He had no place to retreat. His back is to the wall, you guys. This is common sense. I don't know what the police were doing. If I'm investigating, I'm looking at the environment. Where was he going to go? He's at work. He's boxed in. He can't go anywhere. Duty to retreat. Yeah, but I can't. What am I supposed to do? Jump through the wall? He tried to walk past him and Simon grabbed him and then yoked him up by the shirt. Guess what? And Simon took that Pokemon out. He hit him with the Pokemon. Right? So I don't know what they're doing. Listen, if I investigated a lot of these high profile cases, if I was there, people going to jail. The right people going to jail. Put me on that Breonna Taylor case. Put me on that Tamir Rice case. Put me on. Man, y'all don't want me to say it. Put me on it. You guys, hold people accountable to what the policy says, what the law says. Stand your ground. So that's the difference. The castle doctrine just means that you have a right to defend your home. You don't have a duty to retreat from your home. It's your home. No one is supposed to violate that space. So you have a right to defend it. And again, when we talk about cases like Trayvon Martin, stand your ground. One could argue that Trayvon Martin was standing his ground. And the primary aggressor was actually George Zimmerman. You guys, you can't make this up. I don't know how they did that. I don't corrupt. There's no way you could. I would have argued that case, and I'm not even a lawyer. So, and that's the issue with Georgia, with Ahmaud Arbery. That's the argument that the McMichaels were trying to make. They were trying to say they were defending themselves. And Ahmaud Arbery came over to them and tried to hurt them. And they had the guns. You guys, that's not self-defense. That's not self-defense. They tried to use that they were trying to make a citizen's arrest and they were defending themselves. Ahmaud Arbery grabbed the shotgun. Sir, Ahmaud Arbery's running around trying to get away from you after you chased him down. And then you walked the shotgun and intervened and cut him off. You can't make this up. That was their argument. That was their argument. And they said it was self-defense. So you shot him in the chest with a shotgun. Well, Your Honor, he tried to take the shotgun from me. As you called him a nigger after you pulled the trigger. I put him in there with R. Kelly. So, And there are people who really believe that the McMichaels were justified in shooting him. That's the country we live in. Everybody thinks they know the law. Shot him twice. Yeah, I'm going to talk to Brandon Tatum about that. That's one of the cases I'm going to ask him about. That one and the Breonna Taylor. He did say that. That the McMichaels were justified. So, yeah, it's going to be a good discussion. All right, you guys. Let me shut it down. Your boy got to eat. Got to prepare for tomorrow. Got some stuff for tomorrow morning to do. It's like it's never ending. Never ending. Man, y'all are dope, man. Shout out to you guys. Listen, we're gonna go ahead and end it for tonight. Come back Wednesday, you guys. You saw the information. I'm gonna throw out another reminder. I absolutely need your support on that. Need you to be present. There's so much to talk about. So much to talk about. I think it's gonna be very, very informative. Listen, you guys, I hope that you found tonight's stream extremely informative. Great conversations. I really appreciate everybody who came in tonight, supporting, donating to the donut fund, to all my new members. Thank you guys so much. Truly a blessing to have you. Welcome to the channel. This is the Real Nathan Daly. And with that, you guys, let these truths find you where the lies have left you. Good night and God bless.